I love you. I'm sorry, puppy. Um, before I actually do my introduction and everything, I do want to check the audio. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello. Okay, I checked it on my iPad because. Hi, Indy. You want to say hello to your adoring fans? Can you look over there? I know I'm live streaming. I needed to check because when I was checking on my laptop, things sounded really quiet, like really quiet, even though the levels look fine, but I wanted to make sure you could hear me. I have finally unboxed my new like face pointing camera, but for some reason I just took it out of the box and the picture is great, but I can't get the microphone on it to work yet. And so I'm using the microphone over on the counter. So yeah, let me know how the audio seems on your end. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good morning. You don't know whether you want the emote or the no touchy emote? No touch, no touch. I just popped that in. Yeah, if you want access to the fun ChemKnits emotes, you can join to become a channel member. But I'll probably mention that later on in the stream. But anyway, welcome everyone. I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and today we are going to have a lot of fun. We are going to play a really, really fun yarn dyeing game where we're going to randomly pick dyeing techniques and then decide what order we're going to use those techniques. And then we're going to randomly pick the colors that I'm going to use to dye that yarn. And so this is a fun exercise to both push me out of my comfort zone, and it makes a really, really fun stream with a lot of laughter, a lot of silliness to it. And so I am really, really excited for the whole thing. The rules are loose. The rules today are very, very loose because I'm going to allow myself to say re-roll should I roll 3 blacks, or if we find that green is what the universe is wanting, if we end up with like 3 greens in the first color and 2 greens in the second, I'll allow myself a re-roll should like it all be shades of green for the third colorway as well, just so we get a little variety. But you know, if we get a colorway that is 3 different shades of blue, we're gonna roll with it. I would like the 4 colorways to be slightly different. For reference, oh, that is not the button I wanted. These are the colors that we ended up with the first time I did this. We ended up with a yarn mop that was 3 shades of green, and then we had a second colorway that was sort of a gray, 2 shades of green that I mixed with primary colors. Then we had twisted skeins, and I think I did 2 times. It had 2 browns and then sort of a teal color. And then our final colorway was, I think there was like a gray, maybe was it a dark green, or maybe it was a gray, a teal, and a purple. I can't tell what the third color was from here right now. But those were the colorways that we ended up with down there. And so the main thing today that is going to be different is that I'm going to draw the techniques. Oh, I didn't mix guar gum. I was going to do that last night and I didn't. I'm going to take that off the list. But we're going to draw the techniques now because there's some techniques that go really, really fast, like a cold process shoebox method. And then there's some techniques that take a lot longer, like dyeing the twisted skeins over multiple rounds. And so depending on the techniques we draw, some I'm going to need to start right away, but some also I might want to do first, like if we're going to do countertop speckles, before I bring a hot plate out. And so this will allow me to order the techniques and give us slightly more flexibility in the techniques that I draw. But before we go ahead and jump in, I want to give a tiny bit, like one last call. Oh, that's not the window I wanted. This is the window I wanted. One last call to pre-order the mystery yarn that I'm dyeing in today's stream. I think there's maybe 2 slots left for number 4, 1 slot left for number 1. And I'm about to turn all of these choices, all of the yarn-based choices, which are, oh, it's not showing them up. Right now you could pick, like say, Stroll, Hawthorne. Stroll is the merino nylon, Hawthorne is the sock wool polyamide. You could pick the yarn base right now, or pick, if you want, like superwash worsted, bulky sock, or DK, and have it be like a surprise base. You can pick that now. It's all about to change to surprise. So I will give, I think, like 5 more minutes for the last chance here. But you'll still be able to pre-order the yarn. It's just the bases will be more of a surprise. Chance to pick the yarn base. Okay, I added that into the chat. But yeah, let me go over to our wheel setup here today. Oh, and I should hide that camera. Moving all the cameras around. And we can talk about the techniques, because I want chat to give me some suggestions for techniques you might want to see. Now, there's some in here, like cake dyeing was raised as a suggestion. I'm going to remove it from the wheel today because cake dyeing requires that I wind the yarn into a cake in advance, and the yarn for today is already pre-soaking. So that wouldn't work very, very well for like at least what we're doing right now. And Robin said that they picked a surprise me, and I don't even know what you're going to get yet because I've pre-soaked choices. Because there's some yarn bases where like the technique and stuff matters, and so I'm like, I've got lots of options in there, and I'm very excited. All right, let's see what other techniques. Okay, I'm going to remove guar gum because I didn't make that. And I'm also today going to, I think, remove mixing with primary colors. I could still choose to do that depending on the colors that we pick randomly, but I don't have enough of that mixed up already, and so I'm just going to remove that from the list. Did I roll for yarn type last time? No. What made the yarn types a little bit more random for me was that people selected them, that viewers could select and pre-order the yarn base they wanted. And so then that sort of was like, oh, okay, that sort of made my choice a little bit, because if there's like a surprise me DK, I'm going to pick a different DK base than one if someone already ordered Swish for that same one. Just so we have a little like variety in yarn base, and just for fun. So let's see, what do we have left? Hand painted, dip dyed, which could be all the colors mixed together. It could be like layering the colors all together. Yeah, I mean, I guess I might focus on, you should focus on what's on the wheel here, if there's any suggestions that you want to leave. But let's talk about some rules. The first big rule of today is to have fun. The goal is to have fun and to try to create something beautiful. When we draw for colors on the wheel, that will be likely the 3 colors from Dharma that I pick, unless I decide I want to try to mix the hue myself. Not all 3 colors need to be used in equal amounts, and not all 3 colors need to be really visibly distinct in the end. Especially like if we come to speckling, if we have like a mustardy tan there, it might not look that color when we speckle. So I'm not going to be like super, super strict on that. And then when it comes to rolling, I'm going to try to go with the colors that selected, but as I alluded to, there might be some circumstances where we re-roll. And so that is the plan. But if there are any techniques that you think I should add on here, because people wanted, oh, resist. That's actually an interesting one. Space dyed was suggested, low immersion just in general versus, some of these are similar. Maybe low immersion could be multiple things, so I'm gonna, that sort of fits with a lot of these others. Space dyed could be low immersion, or it could be like in the kettle. Layered tonal, twisted skeins, scribble dyeing, yarn mop, Ziploc bag, shoebox. Those are similar but different, I suppose. Speckled, dip dyed, hand painted. I think that's pretty good. But yeah, if you have any requests, please let me know. And actually also make sure you give this video a thumbs up and subscribe. All right, but I am about me see. There was something I needed to do. I don't remember. It wasn't this, but all right. I am officially about to change. Oh, I see we got some orders, which came in very quietly. Move this over here. Let's see what I have to add to my list and if I've already got it pre-soaking. Oh, awesome. Okay, so we've got I need to get a wool, I need to go get a wool of the Andes, and we've got another, that one's already pre-soaked, so that is good. All right, I guess I'll leave it open, and I'm gonna go grab a skein of yarn to pre-soak for number 4. If you remember correctly, last time at the very end you figured out you could give the color picker a wider range. It was already at the widest range. I figured out that I could narrow the range, and so like I could go, instead of muted, I could select brights, pastels, monochrome, so I have that control over it, but I can't just say no green. It doesn't quite give me that level of control. But all right, I will be right back. I'm gonna go get the wool of the Andes, and I'm going to write these down. Let's see. So that's number 4. Which is B. That one is already pre-soaking. I pre-soaked extra yarn, so we could end up doing a 5th colorway. Of the Andes. Actually, may as well switch to this camera. Nope. This one. Here we go. I know, it would be nice if I could say no, it would be nice if I could say, all right, we're going to do this, but 0 greens. H-I-J-K. And where did my Sharpie go? So when I have, how many do I have? 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 yarn bases pulled. I label my zip ties with a letter. But you are, for now, going to go in your own pre-soak. Everything else is in a bucket right now. But yeah, so these removable nylon zip ties can be handy for labeling your yarn, and it helps prevent tangles. Oh, I forgot that I was going to do this over here. And this pre-soak I'm making now could eventually become one if we need a vinegar pre-soak. But I'm going to eventually turn this so I can see. Okay, that's decent. You'll eventually turn this, but this is one of the yarn bases for the 4th colorway, so it is fine that it is not that wet yet. But yeah, I don't know if there's still one left because I have not sat down to check again, but I'm about to swap, let's see. Oh, awesome. Okay. Nope, I think we're sold out now. And so number 1, and I actually have already pre-soaked bulkies. So 2 different bulky options. Awesome. Thank you all so much. Now I might add things to the listing later on if we end up doing some like yarn mops and stuff. we may add stuff on, but thank you all so much. Let me grab, well, we can just go back to the countertop as I like figure out what the settings are. Okay, so the other one for number 1, I can come here. The other one for number 1 is bulky. Okay, so surprise bulky would be H or J. Yeah, I have a whole like list of like, okay, these are the yarns, and then this is the like code that I gave it that I need to use, and then here's all the yarn bases with their codes. I'm trying to be all organized. Oh, thank you so much. All right, let's draw our oh, and I want to start recording. Let's draw our techniques. But last check to see if there are any. I'm gonna lower that. I need to lower that. I've got so many windows here that. That I need to make sure I know what I have. Wait, actually, I'll put that behind there, behind here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Virginia. All right, here we go. Color picker, and where is my other wheel, or my colors? There we go. I have them set up in a very goofy way, but we're gonna do, we're not gonna do the color generation yet. We will do this, we'll do that separate. And so I'm gonna say, I guess this, I'm gonna say this so that way I can use it for the recap because I'm recording this now. This time we are going to pick the techniques first so that way I can arrange them in a way that makes sense for the stream, so we don't end up having something that will take a few hours at the very end. If there's going to be a technique that could take hours, we want that closer to the beginning, because something like dyeing twisted skeins takes a lot longer, especially if we're doing multiple layers, than say doing scribble dyeing or speckles. So are you ready for our first color? Oh my gosh, I am so excited. And each time we draw a technique, I'm going to remove it as well. But let's see. Oh, and again, this is not the order of the techniques yet, but we are drawing for the what the techniques are themselves. I hope that makes sense. And then we'll play around and order them together. All right, let's go. Oh, I don't know what I'm hoping for. Woo! Was this the first one we got last time too? I think it was. I think it was the first one that we ended up with last time. All right, but so we'll see. So this could fit in almost any order within the stream. But so our choices are our 4 technique options. One will be yarn mop, which is an awesome technique. And I'm going to be ordering the techniques before we pick the colors. So I'm not going to know, I'm out of focus. Camera. Okay. We're going to pick the order of these techniques before I pick the colors. So therefore I'm not choosing the colors with the technique. It's more the other way around. But yes, I love this. This is a great technique for stream. And so now what I can do is remove that so it's not in consideration as we spin for technique. The second technique, I guess, we'll be picking, we'll ordering. Well, that like seems to be flipping directions on me. Okay, what are we gonna be? Hand painted! Woohoo! This means we're gonna end up with something more variegated, and it could be more softer. I suppose technically I could hand paint randomly with dry powders. There are a lot of different choices that we can do here. There's a lot of different options, and so I am excited about that. But yeah, it could be a countertop technique, which maybe is the way I should go. I haven't done that in a while. Hand paint it on the countertop, or I might hand paint cold in a steam pan and then immersion set it. But this gives us options, and this and yarn mop both are things that can happen early in the stream or later on, but likely would both take place before I have a hot plate on the counter. So I'm excited. All right, I don't know what else I'm hoping for. The thing is, if all the techniques end up being faster, then we may end up adding a fifth one. If we don't end up with all like long ones. What are we gonna be? Ooh, scribble dyeing. All right, this is one I think that we will bring the hot plate out for. And I'm trying to make sure I'm screenshotting everything. Scribble dyeing, this would be like layering hearts, or it could be literal scribbles, zigzags, whatever I want. But whatever the three colors are, likely, not always, could end up more blended together. It depends on how much we layer them all together. Okay, so that one I think will definitely happen. Oh, I need to write it down. Will happen later on. And we'll be able to talk about it all together. I'm going to make little graphics for all of these. I should double check. It would be really sad. Screenshots. If it did not actually save any of these. Hand painted yarn mom. Okay, cool. I've saved it. All right, and we're going to hide the choice. And I guess we're going to draw for the fourth technique that we know will be featured today. Because yarn mops we know will also show up. Yes! I was hoping for this one. The shoebox technique. That might be a little harder with 300 grams of yarn. I don't know if we'll fit 300 grams in one shoebox, or if we'll do, maybe we'll do 3 shoeboxes. Oh, but this is exciting. This is exciting. This is overall a pretty fast one to set up. If you haven't ever seen me do the shoebox kind of technique before, it basically involves layering cold the yarn in boxes, pouring the dye on, letting it sit for a little bit, and then moving the yarn in the box. It gives a very soft kind of colorway overall. It's very, very beautiful. And then sometimes I'll let it sit at room temperature for overnight and then steam set it the next day. Other times, if it soaks up the color that fast, maybe we'd steam set it sooner. Oh, I need to screenshot this. Hopefully the mouse doesn't show up in the screenshots. Oh, I'm so excited. Where? There's a chance we might do a fifth one, but we'll see how things go. Oh, this is where I needed to look. Okay. Oh, that's exciting. I'm so excited. All right, I'm going to remove this hide choice. Okay, so those are our techniques that are left, and maybe we will play around with those later. Now, as for the colors, I am going to pick the colors right before we start that colorway. So whichever of these techniques, and I'm going to go quickly make little graphics for them, whichever of these techniques we do first, we'll pick those colors, but we won't know the colors for the next ones yet. And so, yes, I need to do you. Okay. Edit. And we are going to crop all of these. Oops. Okay. Cropped one. Oh, did it not open all of them? Oh, no, that is open. See, this is the thing I did not do in advance, but I thought that we could arrange these on the screen. Okay, that's 2. Bear with me while I quickly and not efficiently crop everything, because you don't need to see all of my messy desktop. I don't even know what window I have left you on. Okay. And I see a question, and yeah, feel free to leave questions in the chat. I will happily answer those at some point. Okay, rename. And then last is Shoebox. Okay, and now this is what I'm going to do. We are going to be here, and I'm going to pull in these. Haha. Oh. And so I can attempt to order them. And so we can decide what order we want them to be in. And so, yeah, because I don't think this was the order they were drawn in. Let me put it that way first. Okay, so this is the order that we drew our colors in. A yarn mop technique, which is wiping dry powder from my fingertips onto the yarn. A hand painted technique, which I will probably set up cold because I like doing things that way. Scribble dyeing, which is definitely a hot technique. And then the shoebox method, which is another cold one. And so I think the way that, okay, so I think what I'm gonna want is I think shoebox needs to be first. Shoebox definitely should go first. And then, because this could take a little bit of time, I think I'm going to do like that. Because the hand painted, I'll start cold. So I think my order will be the shoebox method first. That's a very fast one to set up, even though we will need to make some liquid dyes for that colorway. Then we're going to do the hand painted colorway, which, you know, I will be able to potentially blend colors. We might do some pastels, some deeper, depending on what makes sense. And then we'll do our yarn mop, which I'm always very excited to see. And then finally we'll do the scribble dyeing, and then who knows, maybe we'll pick another one. Yeah, so I think that this is the order we're going to do. Makes sense for the yarn mop to be last for Leave No Dye Behind. Well, there will be other yarn mops that I create throughout the stream. And we likely will have some Leave No Dye Behind that will be happening towards the end of the stream, or maybe as we go, there'll be some Leave No Dye Behind skeins. But to specifically make a yarn mop from the colors I draw, that's not a Leave No Dye Behind, if that makes sense. And this way it gives me more of the countertop to work on. And who knows, maybe the like yarn mop of the yarn mop, maybe I'll do a speckled colorway with those as I'm creating the yarn mop, because that gives me that helps me like remove some of the thought. But we'll see what we do. Okay, so the order I decided on is shoebox, then scribble, no, then hand painted, then yarn mop, then scribble dyeing. And this is partially also based on how long I think things might require for heat setting, and with like stove access and things like that. But now, actually, I need to do one more thing. Okay. Nope, oh, here we go. I can do that, and here. Okay. So what? I said the first one is going to be the shoebox. Because then I can have that, I can put the technique that we're doing on the wheel, so when I'm going to pick the colors, so that way I can see it. So I'm doing that. You start warm, hottish water in shoe boxes and then put them in your greenhouse to heat up further. In the summer it gets really hot. Oh, yeah, that would work. That would work well. Okay, let's record. Okay, so we can do our random color generator. I'm really excited to pick the colors for the shoebox technique, because with this one, we want colors that are gonna blend really, really nicely. They can have some contrast between them, but the more contrast there is, the more muted the colors will be. So it could be really fun if this one is 3 blues. It could be really fun if we have black and some brights. I actually really like the color palette that is here. That was one of the last random ones I selected. But let's see what colors we're going to use for the shoebox method. Oh, you know what I didn't consider though? Oh no. I did not consider, is this going to mess things up? Yes, that will. I didn't consider, okay, I'll have to do it this way. It just means I'm going to have to do more image things later on. Okay. To make sure that I have like things on the stream that I can see. All right, but now let's pick the colors that we're going to use for this shoebox technique. Oh, cool. Ooh, all right, so we've got a turquoise, we've got black, and we've got a green. And I actually might already have all these colors in liquid form that we can use. Oh, this is going to be really, really pretty. Oh, I'm really excited. Because now I need to like go look and see what I have. Because I brought down some of the liquid dyes I do have already, and I think I might have some Caribbean blue. I know I have some emerald green, but I don't know if there's a better green. Let me see. Pictures. Nope. Documents. Color swatches. Okay. Let me see. Oops. Here we go. This is what I'm considering now. I mean, maybe the green should be more of a sour apple. Yeah, actually, I think sour apple would be a better fit. And we clearly have a black there. Sour apple, black. And then for the blue, where are my blues? But actually, that's the one I want, but I want that one labeled. But where is it labeled? Of course, I don't have it labeled right here. Here we go. I gotta, transform, fit to screen. There we go. Of course, there's like somehow a random, oh, that's not resizing it. Random blue patch. I mean, so I could do Caribbean blue. I might do that. I'll see how much of it I have, because if I have it already, then that would be a nice opportunity for a leave no dye behind. Oh, I can stop recording. I don't need to be recording all this. But actually, take another screenshot. And another screenshot over here. To make sure I have the colors I selected. Is it actually oh, yeah, this isn't even like close to black. You're right, it is like actually true black. So will the black dominate and kill the other colors? Maybe. Maybe it depends on the proportions. It definitely depends on the proportions. And as I pour the dyes into the containers, we'll be able to decide and adjust. But let me go check. Let's go to the countertop. And I can just do it that way. Ooh. And we're gonna set up, oh, that's what I wanted to do. Okay. me a moment because I want to put the colors on the screen. Screenshots. Okay, we'll do this one. It'll be tiny. Because I'm like taking a screen grab here of the screen. I know, Amy, you're gonna. So that's super tiny, but that's what I have. Okay, Indy, I'm gonna let you outside, and then we're gonna look for the colors. I'm really excited to see how this is gonna turn out too. It'll be a little bit more random, and the black could overtake everything, but we could end up with like a deep teal. Indy, come. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. I also may not have as much black as I thought. I think I might need to mix up some more black. The nice thing is I don't have to make a true stock solution. I have plenty of Caribbean blue though. So we can use that I have. And see, like I do have emerald green here. I could use that and mix another green, but I know what happens. I know what happens when you use emerald green. And when you use emerald green, when emerald green spreads like so much on everything. And so I don't know if sour apple is going to do that or if it'll do something different. So let's find the dyes. This is going to take a while. Sometimes people ask how I store my acid dye powders, and I store them in these containers. But you can see that they aren't ordered in any kind of way, and I have 5 of these containers. And I'll fix the brightness in a moment. But I figured since the countertop is still dry, I may as well do things this way. True black. Okay. Not in there. Sour apple. I'm just getting it, looking for the other one. Here's true turquoise. So that way I can, I just want to put it on the counter. If I can find it. Oh, come on. Totally missed it. Caribbean. It's possible that it's even in another top secret container. Of course, Indy is barking. Ah, here's Caribbean blue. Because I wanted to be able to do this. I'm going to get the dog in so that we can put him in his crate so I can deal with the dry dye powders. And that reminds me, while I'm doing that, I wanted to increase the brightness. Actually, no, I want to increase the exposure. Cool. It's I would say it's probably around in the 40s Fahrenheit here in Massachusetts. Indy, come. Good boy. Good boy. Okay, come on. and I think I just finalized deciding the yarn bases that I'm going to use. And oh, that's going to be fun. Oh man, because of the technique and also the colors. Okay, so I'm going to put on my rubber respirator mask, safety glasses and gloves now to make not dye stalks exactly. Well, yeah, we're going to make some liquid dyes, but they're not, I'm not worrying about the volume. So I'm putting on my respirator mask, safety glasses, gloves. The yarn that I'm using today is from 3 companies: Nomad, Knit Picks, and Wool to Die For. And I am a Knit Picks affiliate, and so I have links in the description for that. Oh, I forgot. I don't need to use the blue. I just brought that because I'm going to make some hot tap water. And we're going to measure out some dye. We don't need that cup. Okay, scale. Don't tell me you died. There we go. I want to know approximately how much of the colors I have. So yeah, I wanted about 2 grams. I have about 2.27 grams of sour apple. I think that that is fine. And from True Black, I think I just want 1 gram, approximately. So I do have some that's already liquid. That's 1.05 grams. That is fine. And we're going to dissolve these dyes. Now this is a technique that can be, the shoebox technique is one that can be really fun to do if I have like many colors, because the more colors you put in, the more like little shifts and variations you can get. But our Caribbean blue strikes slow. The black strikes a little faster. And honestly, I'm not sure about the sour apple, how fast or slow that is as a color to strike. So we'll see, and it's going to be fun though. And I'm trying to dissolve these pretty well. It's okay if it's not perfect. And who knows, we may end up with like little bits of all these colors left behind for a yarn mop in the end. And I can always pull, if when I'm looking at things, I can pull more of the green in if we feel like it's needed. Now, I have definitely combined the Caribbean blue and black before. And it's very beautiful, so I'm excited about this one. Okay, I'm going to take off my mask now. We might choose to dilute those dyes further, but I need to find my shoe boxes. They're a little dusty, so I'm going to rinse them out. Okay, and I will adjust the camera to make sure that we have a good position for everything as needed. And oh, there was a question and I didn't check the chat. I'll move the camera again in a second. I'll see it come through the monitor. And let me see with the chat. Oh, maybe I missed it. historically in oil paintings, they almost never used true black, but a mix of other colors until it became very dark blue or red. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. Okay. All right, we can basically see all three. And now let's talk about our yarn bases as I finalize the yarn bases that I'm going to use, because I think the bases I'm going to pick are going to look really, really awesome. Okay, C or D. We're going to do with C, and then let's do H. Yeah, do H. Okay. Okay, so the first yarn base, which I'm removing, all these are just pre-soaked in water with no acid. The first yarn base is Swish DK. This is 100% superwash merino wool. The second yarn base that we're going to use today, because it goes great with our color inspiration, is also 100% superwash merino, but this is Wool to Die For's zebra yarn base, and it has some black in it already, and so depending on how deep the colors end up being, we'll have that black ply through there, and I think it's going to be awesome. And then the third one, I decided on H. For a bulky yarn, this is Chroma Twist, which I believe is 70% superwash wool, 30% nylon. Let me see. Yes, it's 70% superwash wool, 30% nylon. And so all of our yarn is superwash here. But now I want to go ahead and add some water into each of these containers. And I think I want 8 cups of water for each of them. And I want it to be cool water. I don't want it to be warm. I can move these. Oh, this way is away from the, okay. I'm going to pan the camera while I am filling these up. Let's see. You were hoping zebra was going to make an appearance? I wasn't sure. It depended on the technique. Settings. Figure video, camera control, pan. There. Cool. I'll move this up here. Oh, up there. I was really hoping that this technique would make an appearance. So now I'm going to add very carefully, I think, yeah, we're going to do 8 cups of water. This is enough water in here that when we add the dyes, they're going to spread out. But I think what I'm going to do is, rather than have them sort of like swooped around like that, I'm going to scrunch it so that way one end is at one side, one end is at the other. And we will still be adding these colors randomly, but I think that's the way I want the yarn set up. Okay, and here is our third. I still need to rearrange those two. Now, this is a technique I have definitely done with 200 grams of yarn in one pan. But I thought 300 could work, but it would be a little bit tight. And one of the fun things about this technique and the way that I do it is that we end up with the way that the colors end up, it ends up like the colors spread and soften. And so having more water to yarn ratio, letting that yarn really float in these containers really does help. And I want to take a, if I were my phone, I would be right over here next to where I'm doing everything. And I would forget about that. So after we set this up, I need to remember, and chat, if you would remind me to drink some water. That's important. You might have missed it. Did she say she's gonna, oh no, I'm gonna add black. The question was, will I not add black to the zebra yarn? I'm definitely gonna add the black there, but I think it'll give a fun comparison with the zebra and the stroll, seeing how that looks. Now, I'm going to attempt to approximately add, the same amount of dye to each container, but I'm not going to be measuring, so there will be some differences in the way that I end up doing it. You need to dye in yarn? So right now, today, if you're just joining in, we are randomly selecting dye techniques, which I've already selected for today. We did that at the beginning of the stream, and then we're randomly selecting colors for each colorway. And so this is a cold process technique I call my shoebox method, and we're gonna add dyes to it. But I think what I want to do, this will be me using more cups, is, so for our black, I think I want to start with this jar that has a tiny bit of black in it. And we're going to go ahead and use this up. This started off with a approximately 1.5% stock solution of true black. And there really is not much left to it. And so I'm going to take this, I'm going to add some water. And we're going to add a splash of this color into each of these boxes. There is no acid in here yet. And you can see that, and you know, see it wasn't completely even across all three. There was no acid in here yet. And so the colors will spread, but my personal tap water is slightly acidic. So I do start to see some colors strike without adding acid. But we will add some acid right before we move everything around. And I think, how do I want to do this? I think I'll want to dilute this more. I'm debating. Okay, but next, we're going to add just some of this 1% stock solution of Caribbean blue. And I don't think I'm going to go through the squeeze bottle. I am going to do a pour. This is going to be more concentrated. Pour at one end and a little pour, oh dear, at the other. And so it's, again, very approximately the similar amounts of dye to each one. Oh, that accidentally soaked some of it up, and so just wiping the container, that is fine. All right, so that's some of the Caribbean blue. I'm curious how dark. Oh, that's got some good pigment to it. Adding a little bit of splash of our sour apple. I'll add a little bit more down there. And I'm going to add some, I think, on top of the black as well. But having a greater liquid means that the colors go down to the bottom a little bit more. If I was using the squeeze bottle, things might stay a little bit more towards the top. And so this is just, this green was just layered on top of that black that I already had there. I didn't add any additional black. And so this is one, I guess, another example of how things might vary from technique to technique, because so far I've added black, but only enough to make a gray. And so that's why, like, the colors will likely all be there, but not necessarily at the same level, the same intensity. Okay, so I have a tiny bit left, just like a hint of green in there. I want to leave no dye behind. So I'm going to take this black, add a portion of it to this cup, and then I'm going to add water to it. So this is mostly black, but there's a hint of some green in there. Add that to that corner. And is that all I want to do? You can see things are spreading and adding a little all over. Actually, maybe I'll just lean into that corner and add more there and leave that for now. I do have a little bit more black. When we move things, I can add more color. I'm the one making the rules here. But what I want to do now is let this sit for 10 minutes. And we're going to let those dyes spread out before we move the yarn. And so sitting and letting this wait is going to allow us, I guess, to those colors maybe to strike a little bit, but it'll also allow things to spread throughout these boxes. And so I'm excited. But ultimately, I think the amount of black that we've added to each one is far less than 1/4 gram. So it will be more gray, but when these colors mix, you know, and when we move things around, we'll decide if we need to add more color or if I want to leave it as is. But this is definitely a technique where we get a lot of color blending. And so, but while we wait, we can always go and draw for color too, but I'm going to check the chat and see if there's any questions. You buy a lot of hand-dyed yarn, but you would love to do some of your own. Oh yes, there's a rabbit hole of techniques here. And Bev, feel free to ask questions and stuff here on the channel. I do have some videos with like suggestions of like equipment and all kinds of stuff. So we have a lot of fun here. Beagle Mama, you played with Kool-Aid for a shawl. Yeah, Kool-Aid is a fun way. I didn't put food coloring on the list of potential techniques, mainly because, I don't know. I didn't put Shoebox on, like, as the, or sorry, food coloring on as the techniques, because I did want to start with acid dyes, I think, today. But while we're waiting, let's go ahead and draw for colorway number 2. But first, I need to get my notebook. So this was zebra. Okay. And colorway number 2, we're going to do a hand-painted technique. Color game. Here we go. So I need to hide this. Move. Oh no, that is not what I wanted to move. Move you over here. Yeah, and so when I do the second colorway, I think my plan is to set it up cold, but depending on the colors we draw will depend on the technique that I do. So am I going to want to dissolve things in liquid dyes and to try to do it that way? Am I going to want to let the colors blend and mix them, pick the 3 colors I'm going to use, then mix them to create the palette I'm going to use on the yarn? Because, or will, you know, I paint directly with dry dye powder? Those are all options, and it's all going to depend on the colors that we pick. Question: is the powder so dangerous you really need to wear a mask? So it's dangerous in the sense that, like, you don't want to inhale any types of powders or particles. When people are woodworking, they wear a dust mask so that way they don't inhale parts of the wood. And it's not always about the chemical themselves, it's about just even inhaling the particles is bad for your lungs in the long run. So therefore, whenever I'm using dry dye powders, I always wear some kind of respirator mask, or I started off using an N95. You want to make sure it has a really good seal so you don't inhale anything. And the nice thing is, I don't find that these powders tend to travel more, so the regular use doesn't seem to like throw them up in the air. I never find them like around the floor in my kitchen or anything like that. but there is a risk that you could trip and fling the dye powder. And so that's another reason for wearing everything to just protect, like, you know, you just don't, you don't want to inhale it. So, again, please never be afraid to ask questions. And yeah, there's no bad questions, and chat will help me out and answer some things, but as I see them, it's possible when I sit down in front of the camera, I might miss some questions, so please feel free to re-ask anything. Okay, but I'm going to record. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to make sure I say for the recap. But I'm really excited to see what colors we pick for the hand-painted colorway. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit nervous that they could all end up, I don't know. I'm nervous that it's going to be a palette that doesn't feel like it'll work together, but we'll pick the 3 colors and then go from there. Oh, that's an exciting question, but I'll get to that in a minute. All right, let's pick this color. Oh, okay, so this is really, really pretty. It's like 2 blacks and a blue. I really like it. However, since there are 2 blacks, I'm gonna give myself a re-roll because, yeah, this is really, really fun. But I would like there to be some differences so I can pick 3 colors to use as the palette. So we're gonna re-roll. Ooh, okay, this one I really like. Oh, we've got a black, a deep purple, like a deep, it's a muted purple, and then a gray. This is an awesome palette. Oh, I'm really excited. Oh, how am I going to want to do this? Ooh, because I think to get that purple, which I'm going to try to get, I am going to need to layer some black on top of another purple because I don't have a purple acid dye that is that muted. That's not something that I have. But we can go and look on Dharma's website and think about this. Oh, I'm excited! Oh, I need a screenshot. Screenshot with colors. Lots of screenshots. Black is this year's green, yeah. But you know, I don't mind bringing the black in. I think that this could be really fun. The question is still though, will I want to hand paint with the dry dye powder and then smush it around? Which is kind of what I'm leaning towards. But I'm not sure how well that might work with the gray. I kind of want to use platinum instead of silver gray, but I don't remember if that breaks. And I should know because I think I tried this recently. But, all right, we can go here. Oh, right, because the pre-order for this has sold out. But I do still have some more Valentine's Day yarn. Wait, where did the other thing go? Oh, here we go. I was like, it disappeared. Okay, so we've already got True Black pulled. And that's going to be a color that we use. Wait, why is it not updating? Oh no, that's the current live stream. That's not my OBS. I was like, why is it still on the other screen? Muck is not blue enough. So I think if I have it, if I can find it, I'm going to use deep purple and bring some of the black onto it to make it a little bit more muted. But then the question is, we've got silver gray, which I know doesn't break. And then there's platinum. And so I think what I might do is try platinum, but have, ooh, my face is getting all red. I was like, it's starting to get hot in here. I might hold on to have silver gray as in reserve. So I might try platinum in the space where I'm going to bring the deep purple, because if it turns blue or pink, like some colors can do, like Twilight Gray does that if it's cold, and sometimes things behave differently. If that one is a little bit of a surprise, then I can switch to the silver gray. which has a lot of, I think it's the same pigment as True Black, but it's just easier to spread out, and it would be easier for me to like smush in. So we could end up with some speckles doing it this way, but I like using the powders directly. I don't know. And that means that we can have a yarn mop. Do you have metallic colors? Not for dyeing yarn. Most metallic pigments and stuff need to be more of a paint, and so they need to be like applied to the surface of the fiber versus being a dye that will sort of bind, like interact with the fibers directly. Oh, drink water. Thank you. Thank you. I will go do that. I will go do that. Oh, it's getting hot because I have a pot of water that's been boiling back here. Let me go make sure I have a water bottle ready to go for me. Okay. I was getting so excited thinking about the new colorway that I forgot we still have this one to work on. Yeah, so yes, so if you want to get a metallic color in the yarn, usually it needs to be spun in. Otherwise, like, yeah, it wouldn't work very well. A lot, because most, if you think about like most clothing that has like a metallic sheen to it, it's either got like the fibers in it sewn into the fabric, or it's got some kind of layer on top of the fabric. Okay, I'm really curious to see what this is going to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, oh, Tara, thank you so much for becoming a lab tech. Thank you so much. What I'm going to do here is come in with 1 tablespoon of white vinegar, kind of in the middle. And we are going to take our yarn, lift it up. Ooh, that is pretty. And lower it back in. All right, this is overall going to be very, very green. Green is still the dominant color here. The question is, did we add enough acid? And I'm going to add a little more acid now. Do we have enough acid in here for those other colors to sort of stay where they go? So on the next one, I'm going to start off adding the 3 tablespoons of white vinegar at the beginning, but we're still not going to wait very long, because if I was going to wait, oh, this is so pretty. If I was going to wait, then the colors may not stick. And so I'm moving it through so we get some color everywhere, but I'm not trying to like do continual movement too much. Green is a tricky one sometimes because it spreads and takes over all over. Oh, did I stop recording? Hope so. I think, yes, I think I did. Hopefully I did record that though. I can check this easily. Yes, I did. Okay. I did. Because I want to have that for the recap. Okay, and now I don't think I've added acid onto this one yet. If I did, then it's going to have a lot in there. But I'm going to add 2, 3 tablespoons of white vinegar, and then I'm going to lift the yarn. And as I lift it and turn it, you can see there's green, blue, and black sections there. But there's a lot of dye that has spread out in here. And so the question is how much of what we lifted at first is going to sort of stay put. And with the greens, that can be tricky sometimes. And also the blue, Caribbean blue, is a color that spreads a lot. So we might need to end up getting creative with these dyes here. We may need to do something like transfer this into a pot to like simmer it to like finally set the color. But for now, I'm gonna put lids on these and we're gonna set them aside. And in theory, I would check back in on them tomorrow, but potentially we could check back in on them later today. I was like, I need my lids. They're also dusty. So I'm gonna also rinse these off. But now, I'm going to pop lids onto these. And I did say earlier on that when I'm going to do a cold process like this and dye yarn in a shoebox, you can fit more than 100 grams in each box. But for the purposes today, I thought that this would be fun. And I'm going to be going and setting these like on a counter. And another trick that I have is just in case there's some dye on the outside of one of those containers, I put them on top of a paper bag, just in case. That way, oh no, and of course I threw that all the way onto the floor. Can I reach? Yes. Nope, yes. Okay, and I'm gonna now take these and we'll start pulling the colors for our next colorway and the yarn bases. I'm actually putting these in a sunny corner, so they may end up getting some good heat. But certainly, we'll check back in on the yarn by the end of the stream to just see what we see. Okay, that is all there. But I'm going to sit down and I can answer some questions before we move forward. Or actually, leave your questions. I'm going to pull the yarn. No, I'm going to pull the dyes first and then the yarn. One reason why I keep my acid in a little cup like this, my vinegar, is that the tubs of vinegar that I get from Costco are so big that it's hard, it'd be hard to pour it and get a tablespoon at a time. So I just make a cup. Okay, so we already have True Black out. And I am going to give myself a backup purple just in case. Okay, none of them are in this one. Excuse me, but I can put these two away. Oh, I found platinum. Okay, I found deep purple. I don't know how much is in there. Yeah, I feel like I'm running low, so that's why I might pick something else. Okay, we've got silver gray and I'm grabbing another purple because I might want to use that one. Oh, I'm on the wrong, am I on the wrong? No, I'm on the right screen. Okay. Okay, let me come back over. Okay, so we're going on to colorway 2, but let me make a little thumbnail. How are you? Edit. got this. Okay. Countertop. No, here we go. Nope. This is where I want to be. Okay. Hide you. We're going to have this here, and I'm going to see if we have any questions. Okay. You bought a mystery bag yesterday and got some white cotton. Ooh, yeah, definitely use fiber reactive dyes with cottons. The acid, yes, when you have acid dyes, they need to be in an acidic situation so that way the dyes can interact with the fibers. Otherwise, they won't really. But since my tap water is slightly acidic, some pigments will start to strike without me adding any additional acid, which is something I learned, awkwardly at times. And I'm like, oh, okay, I was not expecting that. But some pigments, like emerald green, won't. And so it's possible sour apple has a lot of that emerald green in there. I was playing with dyeing some yarn for my youngest son with some green, and I was layering all these green colors, and the emerald just, I didn't use emerald, I used Kelly green, and it just took over. But so you do need heat. And food coloring, yes, as Jacqueline said, food coloring is also an acid dye. And so if you're using food coloring to dye yarn, you do also need to add acid to it. Kool-Aid has citric acid in it already, so you don't have to add additional acid if you're using Kool-Aid. You know that commercial dyes are designed to be permanent and light fast. Okay, so this, the light fastness of commercial dyes does vary. If you look at like Dharma or Jakar's website, they'll talk about the light fastness of the different colors. Some colors, like fluorescent pinks, aren't as light fast as others. And commercial acid dyes, the bonds can still be redisrupted, so it's always recommended that you wash things dyed with acid dyes cold. But as for knowing how do you determine a food dye will last and not fade, I wear a winter hat that was dyed with food coloring and Kool-Aid, one of the first yarns I ever dyed, well over a decade ago, and it still has a lot of color. The best thing you can do to keep food coloring dyes from not fading on yarn is to store them in a closet when you're not using it. Don't leave them on a windowsill. Don't leave them sitting in direct sunlight. If you wash it and you're going to hang it to dry, don't do it outside on a clothesline in the sun. That's the best way to help a food coloring dye last. But like clearly a winter hat does get wet. Like if it's snowing, it gets wet. And it's outside in the sun if I'm wearing it. But if I compare the outside to the inside, maybe there's a hint of fading. But the number of hours that I've worn it, that's not that bad. Let's see. The card test. You dye scrap. But I have noticed food coloring. I made a unicorn cake for Ryder for I think his 3rd birthday. Left it in a windowsill, and some of the food coloring did fade, like in the cake. But food coloring will, and some other colors will fade with exposure to sunlight. But I found that, like, even having a window, I don't know if that's blocking some of maybe the UV light, although plants seem to be fine. I don't know what the windows do, but it seems to be more extreme if something's outside versus inside, so I don't know. Anyone have experience with natural dyes? Yeah, I have some videos, and as Beth said, there's a natural dyeing playlist here on the channel, including some what not to do when setting up an indigo vat, because I was given instructions that did not work for me at all. So far you're not happy with food dye, but that was years ago, and then your first experiment. I've never tried the Ashford dyes. I like Jacquard dyes a lot. The jars are just smaller, so I don't use them as much. But yeah, I've used a number of different natural dyes, and there's another one coming up soon. Okay, I needed to figure out the yarn. Ooh, okay, so we're doing this. Ooh, I have to decide. Okay, so not this or that. watching. Otherwise I would make a poll. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go for a fun yarn. Fun yarn for this one. Drink my water. Thank you. You had an acrylic yarn fade due to sunlight. You made a unicorn and placed it in the window during lockdown. It was there for 6 months in UK weather. Yeah. So like fading can happen like paper. The color on paper fades. Like if you, sometimes when you buy cardstock from like Michael's, you remove the like label that's half a sheet and you'll see where it was because the color faded. And that's not in sunlight, that's just in the store. So things can fade. But there are some colors like natural indigo is one that doesn't really fade very much. I think some of the oldest dyed fabric ever was dyed with indigo maybe. Yes, acid dyes only work on animal or protein-based fibers. It does also work on nylon. And yeah, if the dye is set, so dyeing with acid dyes is not the way, the kind of bond that they make with the fiber is one that can be disrupted. So if you were to like put it in, I don't know if it would bleed if you put it in like a really high pH, so very like basic versus acidic, but that could disrupt the interactions. And heat can cause bleeding as well because the heat can provide the energy to disrupt the bonds that have formed. If you order number 2, is this your colorway? Yes. And it was your yarn rather than I was deciding on right now. Awesome. Okay, but let's go and, yeah, let's go and start dyeing this one. Okay, cool, and that's all set up. And I need to change some settings. Because it was very, very, very bright. Okay, so for colorway 2, I'm giving myself some choices here. Because if platinum doesn't break, then I'm going to use the platinum. But if it does break, then I'll probably use silver gray. And I haven't decided if I want to use royal purple or deep purple. It depends on when I open the deep purple jar, how much purple is there. But so I'm hoping for that to be the combination. And let me get my steam pan. We're gonna have tongs on hand. Got a spoon. Other steam pan can go away. And we need our yarn, which will be two of the yarn bases are old favorites here on the channel. We have Knit Picks Swish DK, which is 100% superwash merino wool. We have Knit Picks Stroll, which is 75% superwash merino wool, 25% nylon. And then the surprise one, because I thought that this would be fun with this colorway, is a Donegal yarn that is, I believe, superwash merino nylon, and it has multicolored neps. I'm actually going to pull that up on another screen because right now it just looks gray. And then I could say the fiber type. Whoop, multi-neps, will to dive. Wait, there's a DK version of this now? Oh, I remember the DK version. Oh, okay, I've dyed the DK version. Waiting for that to load. Web browsing 2. Okay, this is the yarn. Can I zoom in on it? That doesn't really zoom in on much. But the yarn is 85% superwash merino. There's no nylon. It's 15% Donegal nep, which often is acrylic that adds some like strength to it. But what's really fun is that the neps in this one, rather than being tan, black, brown, and maybe white that you normally see in a tweed, these are yellow, pink, blue, and green. And so I think that they will pop in a fun way on this more variegated hand-painted yarn that I'm planning on creating. So I'm very excited about that. I haven't tried the Dharma set dyes yet. Really. Yes, and some natural dyes definitely fade. Some of them are fugitive dyes. Nope, that's not where I want to be. This is where I want to be. Some dyes are, they would call fugitive dyes, and so they fade with time and likely sunlight as well. But they also might last a while, so we'll have to see. Okay, I am going to add water. And we're going to add no acid at first. Because while some colors will start to strike, as I said, with my tap water, and there are pigments that won't spread as well when we're hand painting with the powders like this, there will be some colors that do strike fine and strike well. So I just added 8 cups of water. And I could go lower here, but this will give us enough water so that way I'll be able to like push the powders through, and we're gonna hand paint that way. I like doing things this way because, I don't know, I prefer it. It ends up with a little bit less waste, and I don't know, I just like it. Okay, but I do need to make a yarn mop ready. Oh, we can test the color on my yarn mop. Oh, we can do that. Let's get, who should our mop be? Who should our mop be? I think, let me see what I have. Okay, we're just going to use a skein of Stroll for the mop today. But I'm going to place this, I don't know if you'll really be able to see. This is a bin of water, and I'm going to add to this water just 2 tablespoons of white vinegar. I don't even know if I'm on camera at all. And I'm going to stir this a little bit. We may need to add more acid to this later. But this way we have acid in here, and so I will be wiping my gloves from this project on here, which is going to be actually really, really similar to the technique that we're going to do for technique 3. Here, there. But I'll try to, I guess I'm going to have to shift this so I can see here. Okay, where should you go? Still on camera? Yes. And yes. So this will be a tiny little preview. But it means I can test the platinum on here instead of testing it on our colorway. So the Donegal with white neps is a fun yarn, but the dye takes up some staining, which disappointed me when I used it. Let me take a picture of our yarn. I'm double checking. Yep, we've got A, B, and E. Cool, and I've written that down. But I'm excited. So having black as a repeat color still is gonna give like a lot more variety in the yarn that we end up with versus having like green be the repeat color. And so I'm very, very excited about that. Okay, and I need to put my respirator back on. And this is the time when I say, please subscribe and turn on notifications. And I'm now going to be more muffled. Please let me know if I'm talking too quietly. I think in the past I've learned that I should not project as much when wearing the mask, but this is also a new mask. Okay. I am going to just test. I'm going to sprinkle some platinum on here and see if it does anything. But it's looking nice and gray to me, and so I think I'm not even going to test the silver gray because it was the platinum that I wanted to use. I'm just waiting to see over here if the speckles break. It's okay if they break. I'm going to speckle a little bit there, and we're going to test out the deep purple, because that's what I was afraid of. The deep purple is a little bit pink. I think I may want royal purple instead and add some black to it. But see, deep purple definitely does have some blue in it. I think it might take a little bit of time to develop, so we'll give it a minute. We know what black looks like, so I'm not concerned about that. But the platinum, I think, is a little bit different than true black. And so I'm going to let myself also take a picture here. But the deep purple is looking too red to me right now. And so I'm glad I pulled the royal purple, but I want to see the swatch bigger. Let me see. But the colors, here, I'm going to sit down and, actually no, I'm not going to sit down, I'm going to get started, but just to clarify, yeah, there's 5 or 6 commonly approved food coloring pigments versus there's some like other dusts and lusters and things. But the ones in the EU, it's not that there's necessarily more, but some of the ones approved in the US are not approved in the EU and vice versa. Yeah. So there's just different ones. Like some of the blacks you get in Europe are with activated charcoal, and that won't work to dye yarn. Okay. Yeah, the platinum seems to be doing what I want it to do. So we're going to go with that. Oh, I was trying to look at the color bigger, and I got distracted. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to want to do the royal purple. And then the true black. And so my plan, making sure, yes, I'm on camera again. My plan is as follows. I'm going to take my black dye, and it's not that I'm going for speckles because I want this to be more hand painted, but I'm speckling this on because I want to be able to spread it out and I want it to dissolve well. And we'll layer more color and eventually we'll flip the yarn probably as well. But then over here, where I'm planning on adding the purple,
I'm going a lot lighter. And we'll probably bring on more black in a moment anyway. But I'm going significantly lighter in the middle where I plan to add the purple. But we're going to add this black in stages, because right now I wouldn't call what we have down here black. It's much more of a charcoal gray probably. But I want to give the powder a chance to get wet and to move through there. And we could end up with some speckles, but you can see from what we have over here, the colors are spreading. They're not striking too fast, and we're able to get more of a gray from that black dye just by having that sprinkled on a lot lighter. And so some of the color may spread as we move down, but yeah, we will see. And we have this yarn mop here. That, who knows, maybe it'll be used in multiple projects. But I do want to make sure my fingers are dry before I go into another color, because I don't want to, what's the word? I want my fingers to be dry because I don't want to introduce moisture into the jar. And so this purple is also pretty dark, at least the one in the picture. So we may end up wanting to put a lot more black on, or maybe not. We will see. Okay, and so that's Dharma's Royal Purple acid dye. Yes, and I can already tell I am going to, I think, want more black in here. But I'm trying when I'm pressing and moving this, I really, really want the dye to not just dissolve, but I want it to go through the layers of the yarn. Because what we may end up doing is, depending on seeing how far we think we've got these colors to penetrate, is I may not add more dye until after, like, I'm ready to flip the yarn, after we've added acid. And we may do that cold, but we might do it hot because things are so saturated. So we will see. But I'm going to come in, and after I do this next round of color, I will check back in, and we can do, to see if there's some questions. But we're coming in with more of the true black dye. And again, I am layering this black dye on the purple to make it more muted. There is a lovely purple. I think my favorite ratio for getting a muted purple was 2 parts purple. I want to get this dye off of the zip ties. 2 parts purple, 1 part black. Gave a beautiful, deep, muted color. And so I like this more than applying liquid dyes onto the yarn because it gets better coverage overall, usually. So our purple, ooh, this is going well. It's looking super dark, super dark. And it's possible, depending on how good I am at moving this, we're gonna feel some, like, I guess, is it breaking? But we're going to feel some differences in the color as it's layered. Because as I flip this, yeah, I can see that purple looking different. So we'll figure out how we're going to flip this in a bit. We might let it soak a little bit. But I'm trying, especially by lifting things in localized areas, so that way we don't spread things like too far down, to just help that color come in. But right now, I will say that that purple color that we're making, I don't see very much of it. Does that make sense? It looks so dark it's almost black right now. But I know it'll lighten, and I know that those purple elements are there. It's just if I if I move the glasses up, then I can see that this is more purple and this doesn't have the purple in it. But we're going to go on to the gray, and we're going to see where the purple almost shift into the gray as well. And so this, I do want to lightly apply, but I'm also not going that light because it is a pre-mixed pastel. And so therefore it can take a little bit more pigment to get even the light color. Ooh, that is so pretty. It's such a pretty gray. Now, I'm not dealing with the border of the gray and the purple very much yet. And you know, one thing I could have done and probably should have done would have been to do a layer of this gray all over the yarn first. Because if I had done that, if I had added the gray all over the yarn first, then I could worry a little bit less about some of the blending. I do want to make this darker though. As I like start to hum and sing in my brain. I'm not sure how dark we'll be able to get it with platinum. And I don't know if silver gray is like a deeper gray than this or what. Because platinum is a color I really have not used that much. But I don't know what the fillers are, but premixed pastels definitely have a filler in there. So that way you can measure out a gram of the dye and then still get a light color. So there's something in there that isn't the acid dye. And when I push down, I still see that gray color. So I know that there's a chance to move this through to the other side. But lifting up the yarn, a lot of the other side isn't necessarily getting this color right now. But I think what I want to do is pump up the gray a little bit more. I could add black, but I'm enjoying using this gray. And I don't know about what I want to do about flipping the yarn yet. That is always the debate whenever I'm doing this kind of technique. It's like, do we want to heat set and then add color, or what? Because I'm definitely not seeing pigment that I want down there, but when I move the yarn and squeeze it, I see pigment. So it must not be very much that's moving down there. Some of it, at least with the platinum, is striking where we've put it. But now I want to see, so see the purple seems to be setting and settling in very, very well. If I lift up the yarn, I'm seeing a lot of that color really like set and strike there. And the black as well. I still may end up wanting to add more color to the black to make that darker, but I don't know yet. And I have that liquid dye I can use if needed. So I think I'm going to do something, I'm going to try something. And that is doing little twists in the yarn, trying to do it a little bit quickly to expose where I want more color without moving stuff through too much. We'll see how well this works. Okay, Again, I want my hands to be nice and dry. And unfortunately, I have a monitor with the chat, so hopefully the audio hasn't gone or something. But I'm like, oh, I can kind of see it, but I can't read it from here. So let me work this in, and then I'll do like a little check and see how we're doing. Because the gray I can definitely make deeper if I wanted to. But I kind of like the contrast that we're getting. Let's see. Audio is fine, thank you. Okay. I think I want to start adding acid, at least for the deeper colors. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4 tablespoons of white vinegar down there, which I will work through at some point. For now, I'm just going to let that sort of hang. And I guess I'll work it through a little bit. Just lightly. I think I will bring in some more black, maybe? I don't know. I'm like debating that one. Okay, I need something dry again. Because I want to check. And I'm sort of untwisting the yarn back because I don't want to add a resist, and we are going to see some of the purples travel into our gray. But I also wanted to expose the parts of the gray that I felt still needed more color. But overall, I think things are going very well right now. The gray is going to be like way more tonal than maybe the other colors, but I also don't know how much like whites and stuff we're going to end up with. But like we're slowly building up our gray, and I think that's good as I like play with these colors and try to shift it back towards the black. Okay. And I'm going to change the exposure on the webcam in a moment so that way you guys can see this better, because I think that it is a little hard for you all to see. And actually, well, if the picture on my phone will upload, then we can do something. I think this yarn mop I'm probably going to add more color to, maybe. We'll see. Oh, I need to write this down. What am I using? Platinum Royal Purple and True Black. I want to get a picture of this. This is really, really pretty. And the platinum, I mean, it seems to be developing a bit too. But let me adjust this camera for all of you at home. Oh, you can see the purple there. Okay. You can see some of that purple in that middle, but let me briefly. Nope, that is my face. This one. Okay, I'm temporarily making that brightness. If I apply this, can I undo it? We'll see if I can undo it or if I'll have to do that manually.
You can see more of the deep purples in there. Darn it, no, I can't undo it. With just like an undo. Let's bring this back. Just let it be overexposed for a moment. Oh, you guys are talking about the sweater, the curse, the sweater curse? Yeah, I did not make a sweater for my husband until we were married. Let's see. Yes, there. I might miss questions as I like go back. Oh, okay. Yes, there's more conversation about the sweater curse. Okay. And if anyone is wondering, because you're not reading the chat, the sweater curse is one that says that, like, I don't know, if you make a sweater for a significant other that you're not yet married to, then you'll never end up getting married. Or something like that. I think there's many variations of it. But as someone said in the chat, like a sweater, a handmade sweater is something that you put so much time and effort into that you want to make sure you're doing that for someone who will remain in your life for a while. And so I think that that is part of the rationale there. But I want to bring this over to here. No! That's not what I wanted to copy. I wanted to copy this. Because that's got the teeny tiny version of our colors. Because like if I were to make this little guy bigger, you can see, but it's very, very pixelated. Because I was like, oh, I'm on stream, I could just combine. And I was like, oh, no. So instead I have like a tiny screenshot that like I'm cropping just for this. I will be able to get a better resolution version of the colors for the recap. I can edit an image that's better with these screenshots, but for now this is what we got. You've never heard of the curse till today? Yeah, well, I mean, I think that it's I don't think it is a firm rule. But okay, I've been very good. I've almost finished this. I'm going to take a brief break, and then I guess we'll go and start heat setting this. But I'm letting it sit, I think, for a tiny bit anyway, just to, like, before I move it, to let those colors set, and I'll peek for light patches, and maybe we'll add a little more black on in a little bit. But I'm going to take a really brief break, and then, yeah, we'll pull colors, I think, for the third colorway. All right, so our third colorway is the yarn mop technique, which what I might do is the mop from this one, which doesn't have a ton of pigment on it, I might use that and layer the other colors on top, depending on what they are. But let me set up this guy. Okay, so we don't need hand painted, we need yarn mop. Nope, I don't know what I was moving there. We need yarn mop over here, so that way we can pick our next color. And hopefully, I'm going to say this, hopefully our color picker will continue to let me pick. Sometimes it like freezes up after you've done a certain number and then I have to like reset the whole thing. So we'll see. But I like having the last color on it. So yeah, I really like having that. Okay, I need to record. All right, we are now gonna, I guess, draw our color for the third colorway we're gonna do, which is a yarn mop technique. This is a technique where I have dry dye powders, usually on my gloved fingertips, and I wipe it onto the yarn. And then we'll probably steam set these ones. But it depends on the colors we pick, because if we picked, we could still end up with something pretty if we picked like red, green, and I don't know what other color could be weird. It could end up feeling like Christmassy, I suppose, but we'll see what we get. I wish the color generator had like a sound thing. Let me just check the chat. Morse code knitting. I tried to knit a QR code once and that did not work, unfortunately. But I may have made an error in what I knit, and so then it didn't work. I was trying to do a QR code for my website. But anyway, let's draw our third color palette. Ooh! Oh, this is fun. This is our first I guess our first colorway is very green. This is going to be a very green one too, but this will be really, really pretty, I think, as well. What we'll have to decide is what color, this matches the wheel, what color for this pastel. Ooh, this is going to be very, very pretty. This is very similar, actually, though, to a colorway that we had last time. It's not quite the same. Oh, no. But yeah, it's very similar to our yarn mop colorway that was also yarn mop last time. Oh man. Okay, so now I guess I have to ask, because this is so similar to what we did last time. No, I want to do it. It's what Chance picked. Even though it's like the same technique and a similar thing. But I'll just try to make sure I pick different colors. Like, I've never used vanilla cream, and I have no idea what kind of color that powder would be. Because that's the thing with a lot of pastels like ivory. Like, I think ivory is very red, very almost like orange, because there's like a warmth to it. And so you're using them at a really low depth of shade to get that color. And so it is like a little bit of, I don't know, a random hue. I suppose, oh, we can check on the yarn mop before we do the yarn mops to pick the more tan or ivory. Or we could use sand dune. Is that a sand color or is it a vanilla color? Because sand dune could be really fun with these other colors, and then would be different from what I did last time. But I can't tell if it's more of like a vanilla or more of a sand, because like when I squint, I could see both ways. But so yeah, I'll go to Dharma's website in just a sec. Let me. Okay, making sure I get screenshots. Okay, which thing do I need? I need web browsing 2. Where's that window? This is a time when I wish I had multiple monitors. And okay, I want to bring the colors over, so I guess I should crop this really quick. Edit. Oh no, I need to redo that. Ugh. So it's got the thing there. You need to like unclick everything. There we go. Okay. To make a quick graphic for the stream. Okay. I'm gonna go here. Quick graphic for the stream. Those are the colors that we are looking at. Okay. Okay, let's go back over here. Ooh, lichen. That would be a fun color. That looks like that middle one. I definitely don't want to use emerald. Okay, where's vanilla? So we've got ivory, champagne. Where's vanilla? Okay, vanilla cream is more yellow for sure. But we could certainly like, this is looking a lot more, it's not looking like, it's looking more like the other two versus the vanilla, if I'm just doing this. And then the other green, I think, would be forest green. Or would it be teal? It might actually look more a little bit like that teal swatch. I'm going to make this really big. That's looking more like that teal swatch to me. Lichen is a fun one, and like that, it has like a lot of variation in there. I wonder what colors, I don't remember what colors I used in August. I could look that up. But, okay. Interesting. All right, so I think the vanilla cream is out. Sand dune ends up being really light, which is why, like, I said it, but it is, well, let me make that go away. Not the right one. Yeah, I think, because of the teal is going to be brighter, but this will also be a little bit more, I don't know, different than using forest green. So if I did teal, hopefully I have enough of that teal, lichen, and then what were the two? Because I think we've got ivory and champagne. Why don't I pull both of those? I'll pull both and then we can kind of try to decide. But let's go back to the counter and finish Colorway 2. And we'll keep thinking about that. And I'll drink some water before I stand up. I wanted to go there. Yes, this is where I wanted to go. Why is that so far? Oh, because I moved it by accident. Okay. Ooh. You guys are great at helping me remember to stay hydrated. I really appreciate that. Okay. Ooh, see, this is why I'm glad that we did this. So if I look now, look at that. Some purples are still there, but a lot of it has started to strike. The blacks have some more black in there. And let's see about the grays. There's some color in there as well. But if I am to take this and do a little bit of a flip over here, we can see some area, and actually here as well. I'm going to just flip the whole thing cold here in the pan, and we can see areas where I'm going to want more color. And then here as well, we can see some lighter patches. We got good color penetration overall, and it's possible that as we do this, we might miss some areas that, well, when we look at the finished yarn, we'll see some light areas, but you know, we're not going to do 5 flips here. And so with the deep purple, you can see that there's areas that are darker, there's areas that are going to show that purple a little better. But yeah, we're going to add more color on. Now the difference for us adding color now from what we did before is that this time when we add color, there's acid in here already, so things are going to strike a little bit faster. So I'm going to need to be a little bit faster with the color application.
Yes. Okay, this time I'm going to start with the platinum. Because since we don't have a lot of purples back in here yet, starting with the platinum means that we can be a little bit more aggressive and not worry as much about purples pushing their way down. This yarn may not have a ton of white spots left, but we can certainly use it for the next colorway. I think that that is what I want to do. Okay, I think I definitely want to add a tiny bit of black to some of those purple areas, but I also want to add, I think, a tiny bit of purple to some of these areas as well. Let's see. Not a lot of the purple. Royal purple is a very, very pigmented color. And I have found recently that it does seem to strike a little bit quickly. And so it could be a good candidate for some glazing at some point. Now, speaking of glazing, you'll notice that glazing was never on my list of techniques. And the reason for that is that if you're going to glaze yarn, you need a color to strike fast, and not all pigments do that. And so that's something that would be really, really challenging to achieve, depending on the situation. Now, I do still have that liquid black, a little bit of liquid black, and so once we've really seen these colors set some, so once we've applied heat and on the stove, I might spot check with some actual, like, dissolved black. And then I want to add just a little bit onto some of this purple. Because rather than bringing out the powders again, since we have that liquid made, we can bring that over as needed. And then I was starting up there, and now I'm working my way into this middle, and I'm starting to let myself be a little bit aggressive, but I don't want to be too aggressive because I don't want to send the purples all the way onto the gray. So I think, and I have so much black dye on my hands, which is why we have this mop here. But yeah, I think this is where the yarn is going to be for us to go heat set it. I'm just wiping down. I could use the yarn mop for this, but I don't want to accidentally transfer any color. inside. And I'm going to take this to the stove where it's going to be across 2 burners, here and here. And I'm going to heat it on low. And I'm actually thinking I'm going to cover it with some saran wrap. Not saran wrap, aluminum foil.
And that's because I don't want to add more water to that pan right now. I want to keep it a little bit low because I don't want to spread those colors out. And so there's enough water in there that I should be able to heat it, and that shouldn't be a problem. I probably could have shown you putting the foil over it, but the foil will make the heat a little bit more even, and it's going to trap the liquid in there. So I'm going to set a timer, I think, for 10 minutes for me to come back and check in on that. And in the meantime, I'm going to wipe things down, and we are going to grab the colors from the yarn mop. Okay. Let's see. You have basically 2 kinds of green, mixing better with yellow or blue emerald. So the nice thing about the technique we're going to do next is if the colors don't feel like they work well together, I can layer them in a way and blend them more. Or we can keep them a little bit more separate-ish. Okay, so what colors did I need? We need teal green. It's possible. Soft tan. So vanilla cream I've never used before. And in fact, I'm going to have to tape its lid on. I've also never used soft tan. So we wanted teal, we wanted lichen, and champagne, I think. So the champagne looks like tan, but it is more orangey. Should I pull out the soft tan as well? Let me know, chat. Oh no, lichen wasn't in there. Ugh, where are you? The colors end up all mixed up because I usually just bring one container down when I'm dyeing yarn, and so I pull the colors that I need, and then everything else just ends up back in a bin. Golden straw is a color I rarely use. Lichen. And I'm going to need to change out that for this. Let's see. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know why it held that. Hello, everyone. Okay. We are going to see what we think about these colors before I pull out our yarn. And clearly my counter is still a little damp because we now have some rings on it. This is why everything is stored in secondary containers. Okay, I need a piece of tape. I use just packing tape to tape these squares I cut from a Dharma poster onto their lids. Makes it faster to find them. You must have asked vinegar. I did add vinegar onto our hand-painted colorway. Yes, so I understand that forest green might be better with, but I'm not picking the colors necessarily for what they are or what works better. I'm trying to pick them more based what seems to work best with our randomly selected palette. But we're going to look at vanilla cream and champagne, and maybe we'll pull out one of the others just to see what these look like
on their own. So I'm getting suited back up. I've got my yarn mop for my yarn mops, which I think is hilarious. Although, yeah, no, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for it and layer all these colors and have this just be a everything mop. Okay, we're going to take some vanilla cream. It is a yellow for sure. It is, who would I describe it like? It's like a pollen yellow. That's what I would describe it. It's like a flower pollen. And you guys can't see really. Move this more in the middle. So that was the vanilla cream. The champagne, well, look at the color of that. The champagne is definitely more orange. Yeah, I'm thinking vanilla is going to work way better with our palette. But here's my dilemma though, and I'm going to come and chat. Lower the heat there.
Okay, so both, and actually I should, well, in here, copy this to camera. And that is going to go away, and you are going to come over here. Okay, so both the vanilla cream and the champagne would do a decent job at being colors for this. Or they would look fine with this. The lichen is going to have some browns and reds in those pigments. It's a more like complex color. The teal green, I don't remember how many if that's a blend. But it's gonna, I think either way could work. The champagne would have a little bit more of a contrast, whereas the vanilla will lean into the lichen like a little bit smoother. And so I want to look now, I think either would work fine, but coming back over here, certainly you can see that when we're looking at the color palette though, that's not those colors that we're seeing on those swatches. And that's because with this yarn mop technique, the dye is going to be on my gloves and I'm going to be wiping it onto the yarn. So we're going to see it at its most pigmented form. If we were to dissolve that in water and dilute it, we would get these more subtle colors, if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know everyone that watches, but feel free. Hey, if you recommend and share this channel with people, that is a great way to help support the content. Oh, now I see what I was moving at one point. Where's the background image? Here. That was what I moved. Okay, at one point. So if I'm going to look at the picture here, I'm going to make this bigger. Which one is it closer to? Which one was which? I think that color is, if we're going off of these swatches from Derma, then that's closer to the ivory. And so just going based off of that, I think that is why, not because of the yellow versus orange, but that's how I think I'm going to make my decision here, because that's how I picked the teal over forest green. I think forest green will give us a color that is closer to the color on the swatch, but, oh, and maybe I want to record this. Okay. Oh. All right, well, we're going to hold that thought. I'll be right back. That was a reminder for me to check in. Things are steamy, so I've reduced the heat to low already. We'll give it another 20 minutes, and then I'll check in on the stove. So I want to record something. When finalizing the colors for colorway number 3, I really decided to go off of the swatch colors from Dharma's website versus the actual colors that these pigments might do. And so I picked colors like teal green because that matches the green that we have in our swatch way better than forest green, even though forest green might be a slightly closer color. Lichen, I think, is a good match. That's a color that breaks. It'll be really pretty. And then I did swatch ivory and vanilla cream on another yarn mop from the stream. Ivory is a bit more yellow because it's going to be a lot more pigmented as a yarn mop than it would be if you were dyeing and using it at a low depth of shade to make a white yarn or fabric more ivory. The champagne was more orange. And so ultimately I went and was deciding between the two of them, and the ivory swatch fit better. And so that's how I made my decision, because either the more orange color or the more yellow color would have worked to make a really pretty yarn. I'm liking filming clips for the recap as I go. But anyway, yeah, I think that's how I'm making that decision today. It'd be interesting to see the difference in dyeing this colorway with wet versus dry dyed powder. Oh yeah, for like a yarn mop, you mean? Oh, like if I were to have like a paste that I was wiping, yeah, that would probably be different. The light in here has changed so much from the beginning. Like you could see the sun is just coming in right now. Which is blowing this out. But yeah, we're working on the third colorway right now. Before we go and start that, I'm going to take a brief break. And so, yeah, hang tight. Talk about what technique you would do with these colors, which I do not have on the screen right now because that's the last ones. But yes, I will be back shortly. All right, I'm back, and I just drank more water. We'll pull out the yarn bases, and then we will do something. We're going to pull out the yarn bases, and then we will start, and before I put on my mask. Yes. Okay, so there was a question, did someone miss the ivory being swatched on the mop? Oh, no, I was wrong. I'm, darn it. Oh, no. Oh, no. I thought it was ivory, but it was vanilla cream. Man, I didn't find ivory. Ah, I gotta redo it. Where's vanilla cream? Vanilla cream is too yellow. Gotta find ivory. I'll go find ivory. That fit better. So whatever color ivory is. Grumble, thank you. Grumble, grumble. Where do I have ivory? I think I do. Or did I use champagne? Here on the floor, I do have ivory. So yes, you missed me swatching ivory on the non-mop. Hopefully it's yellow. So the clip I said can still stand. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, so we have champagne there, vanilla cream, and oh my goodness.
We're going to swatch ivory because that's the color I'm going to use. So that makes this more fun. Okay, I'm getting some of my fingertips. And let's see. It is almost nothing. It is yellowish though. If I take a big pinch of it. It is much more tan. It's more neutral than the others. It's a little bit yellowish, but it is more tan. So, it's not going to bring a lot of color in. I think I have plenty of the teal. But this is funny. Did I stop recording? I want the light. There we go. We get a picture of the colors. Collecting a lot of dyes up here. Okay.
Well, let's see. For our yarn bases, we're going to have a very superwash time. I'm debating, I think, to make less of a mess, and because I don't want to use as many of these, I think I'm going to do this in my steam pan, and then we'll just wash the steam pan before doing our next colorway. Because the thing with like aluminum, actually I know what I need to do first. The thing with aluminum is that acid can react with it, and plus it bends and it can get holes in it. Now this this water right here was water with vinegar in it already, so this will be our temporary acid pre-soak. And so we're going to need 1 skein of Swish DK. Okay. Oh no, that says, yes. So we're going to have 1 skein of Swish DK, which hopefully things are not getting tangled. And so Swish DK is 100% superwash merino wool. And then we're going to get 2 Colorways, or yarn F. That is not yarn F. That is D. You are F. Oh. Okay, we're going to need to pull everything out because something is not liking me right now. Okay, yarn, let's not get tangled. I don't know who's on the bottom. Where are my F's? F and F. Who are you attached to? No one. There's like a strand. There we go. Yes, okay. Making sure both are F. What was E? Oh, okay, cool. And so then I'm bringing 2 skeins of, this is, what's Crazy 8 worsted. It's a nice high twist. It has 8 plies. This is Crazy 8 worsted from Wool to Die For. And so I'm going to leave this all in this water that has vinegar in it for just like a minute or 2. And why not just add another tablespoon? Because why not? Yeah, and those are the bases we're going to use for number 3. But it's gonna, getting the ivory on there with this technique is gonna be a little bit hard because on this mop right here, I was able to get a little bit of color from it, but I really had to go in. So it's gonna be really, really subtle. The lichen and the teal are gonna be more of the stars. So all of the skeins will be a little different, but I'm debating, I was debating if I wanted to try to speckle onto something or what. I'm just going to have to go into, I could take, I think what I might do is take portions of each of the dyes out and have it in a little container. That way, even if my hands get a little bit wet, then I'm not going like in and out of those jars like a million times. I think I might do it that way, that I've done when I've done a million mops. Yeah, let me see. You changed your vote to ivory? Yeah. Crazy 8 glazes beautifully, absolutely. Those printed color chips are so much more similar to the website colors. Yeah. Because, yeah, I think that I'm now curious. Poster. So I wish with their posters, I wish that they arranged them in order of color. That's the other thing that makes it hard to look at. But I think, do they say the depth of shade? The colors achieved in dyeing will not match the colors in the poster exactly. Yes. So these are the colors as dyed on silk. So wool can come out darker or different. But does it say the depth of shade? No. Maybe it does say down there in the notes. So make sure to test. So some colors they recommend using 1.5 or 2% on weight of goods, and they're marked with an asterisk. Yeah, so I think colors on silk tend to be less pigmented overall. So, yes, that's the one I wanted. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, ivory is definitely going to be the closest to what we swatched. It's probably possibly going to disappear into the yarn altogether. Okay. Sorry, everyone. I'm still here. I am just sitting down for a moment. Oh. That is not important. That's just a text about Wordle. That's funny. That is very funny. Okay. All right. Okay, yes, I just need to take this yarn out and put it in here. And yeah, we'll get little containers because that'll make some of these colors get a little wetter over time, but it's going to make the experience of doing this a little bit more fun. But we then also will likely end up with some colors, and I have a feeling at the end we'll do some kind of leave no dye behind, and maybe we'll even like randomly draw the technique for our leave no dye behind. Although so far the only dye left behind is a tiny bit of black. Everything else right now has been consumed. But we'll end up with leftover dye with our with the Scribble dyeing colorway. So that'll give us some leftovers. Oh my, it's been a while. I'm checking on our variegated colorway. There's like 5 minutes left on the timer. This looks beautiful. It looks like everything has struck. I'll probably end up turning it off, letting things cool, and then deciding I'll eventually bring it back over onto like when I have the hot plate set up, and we'll take a look and decide if we need to add more color to it. Okay, but for now, we're going to be playing with our mops. And so I want to get I'm going to get 3 cups. And in each of these cups, I'm going to put a little bit of our dye powder, and then I'll have that here to like reach better. And I think that that's going to make me happier. Okay, I'm going to put on where's my mask? Oh, and I want to write down the colors. I've been doing teal, lichen, and ivory. It's just so funny that this is like, I think the one like technique overlap, and it's so similar to last time. Okay. So now I'm gonna, because we're gonna have dyes that are open, I'm gonna be keeping my mask on. And I might move the, oh, that's so slow. Okay, we're going to start with our ivory. And I'm going to take 3 really big pinches of this color and put it into the container. And then I'm going to come in and wipe my hands just on these mops. And I'll change the order that I go across them, but I don't know if you can really see the pigment at all. But I want to make sure my fingers are dry before going in. And we're going to get the lichen. We'll do like 2 pulls of this color. And so you can see the first time I went in with it, it was really deep, and then it's going to get lighter and lighter. And actually, the lightest part of the lichen leans into the ivory very nicely. I think the ivory is going to almost disappear. I will be honest. But we can always get more of the colors out if we need them. The teal green is in a pretty large container. And I think this is going to be our dominant color.
I'm going to be happy to not go in and out of that color a ton, but it's like coming in with it is really wiping it on to these mops. And you can see that it is spreading out just a lot. But I also, in order to get that out of the container, I had like multiple fingers in there. And so this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be getting the dye on my hands and then wiping it all over the yarn here. And drying them off-ish in between. So I'm taking this dye, and I'm really, because this is the ivory, I think, I'm really coating it on my hands. And it's really not making a big deal here at all. It's making a presence, it's just very subtle. All right, I'm turning off the stove. And in fact, I'm letting my gloves still be a little bit wet and coming in. Because normally when I'm doing a yarn mop, I don't think about it at all. Normally when I have a mop, you know, I'm doing something and then the colorway that the mop is just an afterthought. It's left over, it's trying to clean that pigment off of my hands. And so the most stunning yarn mop colorways I end up with are from when it's a pigmented color and things like that. So there will be differences in here for sure. We're going to be doing the teal more last, and the lichen too. I did not pick up a ton of the lichen. But see, now we're adding in some depth. And we'll add more ivory as time goes on. But, yeah. And I try to pick, whenever I'm doing a yarn mop like this, I try to pick, of course there was a ton of dye on my fingers there. So I'm just like moving it. I'll try to dry my fingers a little bit more. But I try to pick a spot that has more white. And actually there's not a lot of liquid in here right now, so I may at some point also add some more liquid onto the yarn, but that isn't always necessary. Just getting it on my hands, wiping it off. Oh, that wasn't the lichen, that was the ivory. I was like, why is there no color? And I was like, oh, that's because the ivory has so little color. And there's times I use the sand dune, and then I feel like I can't see it in the finished yarn. And I have a feeling that that may end up happening with the ivory, as I keep going into the ivory instead of the lichen, because the lichen dye is so much more yellow, and the ivory dye almost looks green, and so that's why I just keep flipping them. Let's see. Yeah, so the teal is very pigmented. Right, I'm going to just set these. I'm so nervous I'm going to knock these off, but I'm going to set those in there. And so you can see that this teal is a dominating presence. And it also seems that it's not striking that fast, so therefore it's taken me a while to wipe it onto the gloves. And because I tend to go for similar placement, this one needs more color. Well, it doesn't really have a lot of teal on it yet. Because I go for like a similar place when I'm wiping my hands, that's why I move the zip ties around. But I know one person is getting 2 stains from this bunch, And so there will be differences because of the way, like even dyed in the same pan, there are going to be differences the way these colors move and blend. Now lately, there's one technique I have been doing with my yarn mops lately, is I have been immersion setting the colors versus steaming them. Today I'm planning on steaming this, but yeah, it's just interesting the differences that you can get depending on if you are steaming or doing something immersion or what. Because I definitely, with some pigments, they really don't spread much at all, because just by sitting for 20 minutes on the counter, they strike a fair amount. But then there are other pigments that absolutely spread, and like the teal could be one of those actually. But emerald green is one that definitely spreads. We need more lichen. But there will be whites left in here, and that is fine as well. I do think though that I want to add a little bit more water in here, and so what I'm going to do, I love that I'm drying my hand to get water. I'm going to take a cup, and I'm getting a little bit of water from the pre-soak. And I'm just adding that on, just to make things a little bit wetter. Not that it was like too dry, but I think it'll help. But yeah, when I'm adding on to the yarn mops, I usually look for, okay, there's a big white patch here, and because I'm just normally speckling or something else, I'm looking for where to add my hands. And I really need, I wish we had like a TV in here so I could have the chat blown up really, really big. Maybe I should find a way to let YouTube on this iPad let me do that. And I'm going to take a little break and check the chat. And by little break, I mean I'm not even going to sit down and get on the face camera. Hello, everyone. Yes, third colorway. Okay, and let's see how we're doing. So far, so good. But then I look for, okay, do we have big white patches anywhere? And sometimes I decide to layer on more colors before we finish. Sometimes I don't. Today I won't. Well, I mean, I'm layering on more of these colors because I have them, but I think you might understand what I mean. Okay, this is our ivory. It is so subtle. So subtle. Pre-mixed colors like this rarely have a lot of pigment to them. But it's why it's also nice that they're offered, because think about trying to use like little enough of yellow and brown to try to shift an off-white yarn that a yarn base like this already is, to shift that more ivory. Like that would just be so hard. Whoa, that's a lot of teal. I just tapped, like, and I'm going to do this to all of them, but I think I just tapped like part of my glove in the dye, and I probably should have dried first. I picked up more dye, having my gloves be a little bit more wet. But it's nice to have a color that spreads out a lot, because the other two are relatively pastel. Here we go. But yeah, doing this on purpose is always like, sometimes like interesting, and you have to like think about it and be like, oh, what do I need where and whatnot. There is, I think I need to, I want to focus with the, now with the ivory, I am picking that up because for that to show up at all, it needs the pigment. It is not the best color for this technique just because there's not a lot of color there, but it also makes it fun, and that's why I like to try to get it so it shows up at all is a little bit of a challenge, and that's part of the fun of this whole exercise is feeling challenged to make things that are a little bit different from maybe I would do otherwise. And I mean, I'm sure I've done a black, purple, I know I've done black, purple, and gray colorways before. So far, we haven't ended up with anything that is super hard or unusual, I think. But I do have a color challenge that I'm going to be starting to work on in February for a Die Pop PS episode. And all the color combinations there, they're not like 10 random color selections in a row, but they were all random color selections. And so at the end of the stream, we can go through and just look at, like, press the button 20 times or something. But I'm trying to see how I feel about these and what other colors I feel like we might need. But this one is very much like, it's like finger painting. And so trying to replicate this yarn mop-esque thing on purpose is not always easy. Not always easy. And like, oh, I want a tiny bit of teal. It's hard to not overthink it to get these colors. But I'm feeling pretty good. I think I just need, I want to finish the ivory. And so I'm doing something now that does happen in streams sometime, where I'm now starting to literally mop out this container to get all that ivory dye. So the lichen and the teal, I think I'll dissolve and we'll save for a leave no dye behind yarn at the end. Okay, and I want to take a picture of this, and then we're going to steam set it for 30 minutes. Okay, some pictures. I need a steamer basket. Like that. Too high? No. There were no kettle dyed techniques. So maybe one of those is something that we'll do at the very end. I need to remember to set a timer. And I'm going to dissolve these two colors in a moment. And we're going to wash this out in a moment. But before I wash it out, I'm going to wipe up the dye, because that's what I do with a yarn mop. Sometimes if there's enough pigment on it, I might take a yarn mop and steam it in the middle of the process and then add more color. Okay, but actually I'll do this in here, and let's heat up some tap water. Come on, get hot. Then I'll be able to put my mask back on. Okay. Dissolving the dye. Do 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 do. We got a fair amount of teal. Setting it in a shoebox. The color pretty good. And then our lichen, which is likely a more complex color that would like may have colors that come out more towards the end. But there we go. We've got a lot of teal and a little bit of black. I have a feeling whatever's left will likely be very teal. But let's take this, wipe that up, and we're going to do a bigger reset, but I am going to wash this out. But maybe not yet. Because we're going to need to pick our, oh no, we're good. That was just, I dropped my mask on the floor. Because we're going to need to pick our colors for colorway number 4. And I'll be coming back to the face cam in a moment, so feel free to leave questions for me. But I'm going to clean up a little bit around here. But for time-wise, we're doing great. Okay. What else do I need? Oh, I know what I was thinking. Okay. I want to put away a bunch of these dyes. Not in that box. I do not need all these jars off. For our 4th technique, we are going to need, what's it? Squeeze bottles. Will the last 3 fit in here? I don't know. Oh dear. Need another box. And this is how things end up being so disorganized. And this is why normally when I do a stream, I pull all the colors I think I could possibly want in advance. Okay, I'll wash that in a minute. But let's actually, before we sit down, I'm going to bring over my hot plate and not turn it on or anything yet. Making sure the edges are nice and cool and that we can see this on the monitor. Not really. Okay. Oh, because I'm not going to want the hot plate to stay. Okay, so it's not going to be all the way on screen. I'll move the hot plate for our next colorway, so don't worry about that. How much of this can you see? And you can kind of see it. So we're still warm. Oh, Indy.
We're still warm, but the color has all absorbed. I'm just looking for, probably gonna stain my fingers black. Looking at the coverage. Oh, interesting. I'm seeing some rust on this one. So the platinum might have something in it that breaks. So I don't think the rust color would be from any of the others. Indy, I'll come get you in a second. The color coverage is looking really good though. Yeah, I'm seeing some rust down there too. The platinum must break, but it must be one of those like, just like sometimes there's a rogue in forest green, there's a rogue bright green patch. Yes, Indy, I'm coming, honey. Okay, I'm gonna set that back aside. And we'll rotate this another way, and because I don't really want it on the table until we're ready to go anyway. Okay, but you know, don't click the mouse, you silly buddy. You're a good boy. Okay. I am going to take a quick, quick tiny break, and then I'll come back and check for questions. Having a little snack. Indy. I know, I'll put you back away in a minute. So you can hang out for a bit. As long as you don't touch my almonds, Indy. Okay. Let's answer some questions. Oh, I can make this guy go away. Have I done mohair bases in the past? Yes. And I actually have one pre-soaking that I didn't end up using, but not very often. I've dyed a couple mohair blends, but not very many. So, okay, Bev said, seems an odd reaction. Purple and gray making rust. I guess the dyes aren't always predictable. I should clarify. What I mean is that in the platinum gray, it is a blend of pigments. So it probably has the primary black color, and then it might have some rust colors to shift the tone. So it could be like 95% black, 5% filler, and then like, 3% filler, and I don't know, like 2% of whatever this other rust, like orange color, yellow color pigment in there. And so there could be small amounts of it. And so sometimes then you see, like, if you're speckling with something, all of a sudden you see a rogue patch of another color. Like when using bright aqua, there is some, a little bit of yellow in it. Probably not a ton of yellow, but every once in a while you see a bright green patch when otherwise it's bright blue. And that could be that however it's milled, just the colors broke a little bit. So it's not that purple plus gray equals rust. It's not the way that those are mixing. It's that there is a component within that color mixture that broke and that didn't, sometimes those yellow pigments can take a lot longer to dissolve. And so you might notice that if you have a cup that you just mixed that day, you're pouring it out, the color changes from the top to the bottom. I've seen that with avocado before, where it ends up getting a lot more of that rustiness towards the end. And so that's just a feature of some of those dyes. So, making you glad the cats stay inside, yeah. Okay, would it make sense to remove the dye options you used today to the next time you do a live so you won't repeat them? I would be able to do that if, for the random color picker, I made my own thing. So if I had my own site that I was using, where is it? I have to like hide. There's too many windows, so things are lighted. Okay, so here, this is like colordesigner.io is the system I'm using. So that does not allow me to edit the colors that I'm using. I can say, okay, give me a blue color palette, give me a pink color palette, give me 10 colors, give me 3 colors, but, or give me only bright colors or only dark colors, but I can't say everything but green, which I wish I could do. If, you know, I had I'm sure someone could probably not that, it wouldn't be that difficult to write a program to do that. But yeah, and so therefore, unlike the wheel that I have over here, this wheel that I created, that I'm adding the things to, and I can remove the options. Like I have it set so that way, or I would click a button so that way, once yarn melt was selected, it removed that from the list of what we were doing. Nope, I want this. I'm gonna move that over there. And so that is a very good, Cindy, that was a very good thought. I'm like going back upwards. Seeing some fur baby talk. But yeah, if there's other questions, please let me know. What about removing today's techniques for next time? I could do that, but I don't know. I think that I can weight things smaller. So I think that there's a way over here. New inputs, cancel. Oh yeah, see, okay. I can include weight in the formula. So I think I can make something bigger or something smaller. Yeah, enable weight. And I can certainly shuffle them and stuff. So like I could make it so that way there are more, so we're less likely to get something that we had this other time. But what were the techniques we had last time? So we had yarn mop, we had color mixing with primary colors, we had twisted skein, and then speckles. So far of the 4, we've had 1 repeat. So that's not that bad. And the last stream was in August. Can you create a wheel with all the Derma dye names on it? I could. I think it wouldn't, I don't think in this wheel there's a way for me to color the different things. I agree it would be really fun to do that. But visually, I enjoy seeing the colors pop up. And so I could create a wheel with the like 80 something colors that I have, and then I would be able to pull in other brands and stuff. And yeah, I don't think I have the ability though to have that done in a way, because I don't think you can, there might be other color options, but I don't know if I can select the color of the things on there. Hello. We're about to draw colors for colorway number 4. So that's what we're doing now. But yes, I could create a wheel with the Dharma names on it. I mean, all the Dharma colors also have numbers, so we could do something. As I switch between the wrong thing. Here we go. They all have numbers, so we could do something with like a random number generator to select them. And oh my gosh, they are not on this list in order. So the advanced ones are pulled down, and those are like numbers go in with the other ones. And it could be like if there isn't that number, then we roll again or whatever. And so that is something that we could do. But yeah. I did consider that because then that would be fun. I liked the rolling the dice. The thing that would be better to do if I was doing Dharma would be to buy another poster, cut it up, and then have it in a bowl on my head and draw the colors that way. That would be the better way to randomly pick those colors. And have a way that it would be visually interesting versus like trying to remember what they look like. Hello. Do I have to heat set all these yarns? Yes. So the yarn mop, this colorway that I just put away, I have it in a steamer basket on the stove, and so I'm steam setting that for 30 minutes. The variegated yarn, excuse me, that hand painted yarn that we did second, that I heat set on the stove for 30 minutes, and that one's now cooling. I brought that over briefly a moment ago. And the first colorway, the Shoebox one, has not been heat set yet. That is just sitting. Likely it will sit overnight and I'll steam set it tomorrow, but we will at the near the end, we will check back in on that. Fingers crossed for some bright contrasting colors this time. Yeah. I could. Ooh, okay, so here's the thing. I like the color starting with the last one, because if I go and I change any of the settings, it changes all the settings. So we'll see. So why not create a color wheel, a basic wheel, one color per wheel. Oh, I see what you're saying. Create a wheel. Yes, certainly I can make a wheel that picks green, and then a second wheel that lists all the green dyes I have to randomly pick from there. That is something that we could do. There's many iterations of this game, and I'm happy to evolve this. Like the way that this kind of game used to work, and I'll come back here. The way that I originally did this game would be I would combine 2 different colors of Wilton's icing color, and we'd see how they'd break, and then we'd dip dye to break the colors, and that was really, really fun. And then because I wanted to use the liquid dyes more, we did a lot of the randomness. I would draw the color, and then I'd roll dice to determine how many drops it would be. I think one time I did use a random number generator for the AmeriColor line. The thing with food coloring though is because there's 6 pigments approved in the US, everything is a combination of all of those. And so I wanted to try to figure out a way to do this with acid dyes, because there's more pigments overall, and so there's more chances to get more combinations of things. So Janet had a question. If your water is clear even after washing with soap, is your dye set? Yeah. Yes, I would consider that well set. And so, in general though, even with solar dyeing and stuff, if the water is clear after something I've left overnight, I still steam set it for good measure. The little bit extra heat is not going to hurt, and then I'm much more confident in it. Because there are some pigments that set well at room temperature, and then some that don't. So, make a real wheel. That would also, then I'd have to have something that spins. But yes, I could. You want a rainbow? No, but I do. If you like rainbows, I had last year's spring mini skein mini series was all about making rainbow sets. And so I have a lot of videos of me dyeing rainbows. I love dyeing rainbows. You've yet to see pink, red, or anything bright. Yes. Okay. I'm going to make a poll. Okay. Change inputs to brights. Okay. For our next color draw, change inputs to brights. Then it won't give any deep colors, probably. Leave as is, random. Leave as is. Okay. I'm just going to put those two choices. And then after this, I might do another poll, which would be if we get greens again, do we reroll? So the first colorway is like green. Sorry you're watching me eat. And I would be happy to do some of the random food coloring things again. I would also be happy to do another stream someday where everything we pick is brights. The first colorway is going to be very bright. You're voting no green? Well, it looks like the poll is heading towards change inputs to brights. I would say that if I wouldn't then re-roll if it's a green. If we have on brights, I would still go for it. You voted number 4 and you vote leave it at random? Uh-oh. That seems like that vote should have more weight. Where's my... Nope, not that one. Let's see. Is a steamer basket the only way to steam? No. You can steam in a microwave. I personally don't put acid dyes in my kitchen microwave because like it's a built-in one and it's hard to clean. But I would be okay using like a standalone microwave that I was using only for dyeing, never for food. So that's me. All right. It looks like that the consensus is to change things to brights. But I have an idea. Okay, that's the consensus, but I have a plan. Let's see. Or leave it at random for that person. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I need that. I'm gonna start recording. Now that it's time to pick the 4th and potentially final colorway, we're having some fun in the chat, and I think most of chat wants me to change the settings of the color picker to change it bright. But there are some others, including someone who will be getting one of these skeins of yarn that we dye next who wants it to still stay random. But I thought that what we could do before changing the settings, we can see what our next random color would have been, and maybe it'll be bright. And so if I love it, then I'm gonna keep it. If I don't love it, then, or if it's like all green or all black, then we'll change the settings into bright. So I'm gonna do a combination of best of both worlds, and we'll see what happens. All right, are we ready? I don't know if I'm ready. Oh, that's pretty, but I feel okay changing the settings to brights now. And this is why. This is very similar to colorway number 2. This has a similar very dark purple, a gray, and then it has a blue. This is a gorgeous colorway, but I feel okay listening to what chat wanted and going for brights, because, especially because this is so similar to something we've already done today. So this is our rejected one. Okay, custom settings. Change it to bright, but then I have to change this to random. And so that is not our color. But you see, like, as I change the settings, it changes the, the thing for me. So that's why I didn't want to do that first. You liked hedging my bet? Just keep hitting generate until we like it. That's not quite the rules. Yeah, so then I felt okay rejecting that other one. I felt okay rejecting that first colorway because we selected blue. Now, this is not technically my random roll. This was from just changing the settings. And it's still a completely random colorway, but we're going to bias it towards brights. I know, it was pretty. I took a screenshot of the other one because I liked it. All right, but now, drum roll, please. And we're gonna see what our color will be. I'm hoping for pinks. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, this will be fun. Because we're gonna be layering a bright pink, a bright green, and then a red. That's what we're gonna work with. Now, my rules state that I don't need to use them all at equal proportions, and I can make some of them be a little bit more pastel as well. So we'll have fun and see what we get. This colorway, I think, is going to be the most challenging of all of the ones we've done so far. For sure. I know, this one, like everything else, you're like, oh, okay, that's easy. This one is harder. This one is harder for sure. I mean, if you think about it, I think that there's like 1,000 colors in it. And so there are a lot of blues, there are a lot of things. Let me find, I'll show you guys like a random selection of things, if I can find here. But is it under me or the other me? That is the question. Here we go. Okay, so here are, I think this is just some random colors that I was picking just like randomly the other day. And I don't think it's every single one. And there may have been some times when I was picking 5 colors and then just selecting 3. But you can see that like there was like a little bit of bias towards darker ones, but I was doing fully random. But definitely not everything is green. I think these are the ones that I gave patrons to vote between. But you can see there's some other ones. I like this orange, dark purple, and black. There's a lot of just variety. And so it's not that it loves green, but it's that, you know, to some extent, there's a lot of things when you start like, yeah, there's a lot of just different colors and a lot of like secondary colors and stuff. And so, you know, of course I picked a bunch that seem to have a green in there, but there's like blues that lean green, right? And what I don't see a lot of is yellow. Like that's one that had yellow. But yeah, in general, I don't see a lot of yellows, but I mean, it's supposedly like just random, right? And so, you know, you have a random chance. Let's see. Wondering if Pantone offers a random color generator. There are other random color generators. I just liked this one for whatever reason because I could say, okay, give me 3 colors, but like all at once. Let's see. I love the first random one too. I'm gonna try to make something really beautiful from this because we can't, like, we still have, like, not everything needs to be present in equal amounts. The bright green that we use is one that I can use and have like fairly pastel. And so I'm thinking, the question is, do we want the pink to be fluorescent? More green. Okay, but one thing I do need to pull up right now is my color swatches. Which red? I'd prefer to stick with the Dharma dyes, so maybe oxblood? Okay, I turned off that steamer basket. I know, it's hard because I'm like, oh, I have to let the whole chat vote, but it's hard when the yarn, I think, is going to someone specific because then, like, what they want. I don't want to use Cherry Bomb. Cherry Bomb is definitely more bright. I think the Oxblood legit is deeper. I think that that's the one I would try. It's also one I don't know as well. But yeah, and then I could do I still have the greens on here? That's blues. Greens. Maybe I'll use chartreuse. I know less about what that does. Oh, I need to put India away anyway. Oh no, am I still recording? I think I'm still recording. Oh no, I'm not. Did I record that? I hope I recorded that. Oh, so many things all at once. Let's see. Okay. All right, let me come over to the countertop and I'm going to find dyes. Yeah, I think chartreuse. Let's see. What are the yarn bases for the last one? Ooh, we have. Ooh, this is going to be fun. We have one that is non-superwash, I think. Yeah? Yeah, it's going to be Stroll, Swish, and Wool in the Andes. Oh, wait, what do I already have mixed? No, okay. I thought I might have had some fluorescent fuchsia, but I was wrong. Okay. Aha, fluorescent fuchsia is right here. Oxblood. What am I gonna do? Oxblood, and I need, oh, chartreuse. I think I know where that is. Okay, and oh, I need to make a little graphic for me. Oh, and I can probably bang into the wall and make my face go away. Let me quickly, screenshots. Edit. Because we'll be able to make something that's really pretty. Everything is all about proportions. So I have to use these 3 colors, but I don't have to use them in equal amounts. And so that is true. Move you there, hide that, single camera. Nope, I want this one. Hide you, move you. Let's see. Would radioactive, so chartreuse also I believe is fluorescent. Chartreuse I think is also fluorescent, and it's similar. It's very, very similar and bright. I was looking off of the green swatch here. So this is chartreuse, and this is radioactive, and they're very, oh, I don't know if you can see you probably can't see my mouse. They're very, very similar to one another. I actually kind of like the card colors a little bit better for that bright green, but I don't have those down here with me. Ooh. My audience is a global random generator. Yeah. Okay, but here's the question. Because we can do something really pretty. And again, it's all about proportion. But it's like, what is our main color and what are our accents? And so I think we're going to just have to start with this with playing and then see where we go. But I'm thinking about making pink be the star and then these other colors be like more accents. So we'll see. And I'm going to try to get something really, really pretty. But maybe the pink and the red will be the dominance, and yeah, we'll see. Nope, that's not the camera. I needed this one. All right. Y'all, I'm nervous about this one. Okay. We need a picture. What was it? It was red, green, pink. I think there was like a point when I was talking when I was like, oh yeah, like this one would be hard. Oh, I didn't finish washing this, but that's okay. I need to make some dye stocks of these colors. Okay. And I can always mix up more. That's what I need to remind myself. Okay, but I think I am going to weigh them just because then I know approximately how much color I have. Oh, that is not my current mask. I would have known that right away. So it has no filters in it.
Okay. What am I going to use for stirring? Because fluorescent fuchsia is a troublemaker sometimes. Right? And so I don't want to use more than, I think, 1 gram of it on 300 grams of yarn. That's 1.06 grams. That is fine. The chartreuse, I'm only going to measure out a little bit of this one. So we can always measure out more. Okay, just 1/4 gram. And again, we're not necessarily using all of the colors at the same proportions. And the oxblood, it's like 0.57 grams, that's fine. Oh, I forgot to start making the hot water. Even it up. Okay. I'm going to need squeeze bottles. Okay. So see, this red isn't as burnt as the one in the picture, because I don't think I have one that is that burnt. But when we mix some green with it, that's going to make it brickier. So we've got our bright green. Then we've got the most of our bright pink. So we're going to dilute everything. Okay, well, especially when it's going into our little guys.
We don't want things to be this pigmented. Oh my gosh. Our first yarn, I'm looking at it in the window and I'm like, it is so green. It is so green. Okay. I am going to let, I think the pink. Let's see how we're going to do this. I'm going to add into here and fill it up halfway-esque with water. Then I'm bringing in our pink. And the pink is going to spread. Of all the colors, that is the one that's going to spread out the most. The green, we're going to start off going really light with it. And we can do more and more and more if we need to. And the red, we'll see. And we can always dilute things more. It's a little hard to make things more concentrated, but we can layer them more to get more of the colors. But let's just see on this mop here that's having a little bit of everything. I have a feeling we'll get over dyed with like teal at the end. So that's actually looking, the chartreuse light is looking very yellow. That's pink. And then red. I think we're good. The green mixed in with the things is going to give us a little bit of an orange feel. I think that this might end up leaning in like an orange category where things layer, but it's actually a lot prettier. Actually, you can barely see the yellow from up here, but it is very, very pretty. Okay, let me, oh, ow, that did something to my back. Because where is my documents, color mixing? Okay, so radioactive and purple pop I've mixed. And look at those colors that we got in between there. And that had more blue in both of them. And so I think, and purple pop is mostly fluorescent fuchsia with a little bit of blue. So when layered on top of each other, it's going to give pretty things. It's just going to make it a little bit less bright. So it's going to be really, really pretty. But now, okay, the question is, not community moderation. Let's do another poll. Start a poll. Okay, for scribbles. Hearts. Hearts. Stars. Just lines. Or totally random scribbles. Those are the choices. And you guys have seen me do like stars and lines and stuff in the past. So, oh, no, there we go. Okay, yarn mop is going to set to the side for now. I'm going to try very, very hard. If I knock those over, I will be very, very sad. But we're going to bring the hot plate over. Don't worry, I will move it. I need to just see. Oh no, that's actually pretty perfect. Okay. Can I scooch one way or the other? Kind of. Here, we'll scooch you this way. Okay, that's great. All right, and so now I need, I think, what is it, like J? K. A, B, K. Because we're going to need to get this heating up. So A. Oh, that's D. Okay. K. G. B. Cool. All right. Our 300 grams of yarn that we have this time. Our Knit Pick Stroll, 75% superwash merino wool, 25% nylon. We've got Wool of the Andes worsted weight yarn, our first non-superwash yarn of the night. And then we have Swish DK, which is 100% superwash merino. And the wool of the Andes is 100% Peruvian Highland wool. All right, I'm going to add, I think we're going to go with 8 cups of water. That's been working well for me lately. I'm going to bring 8 cups of water and, how much acid do I want? All right, we've got fluorescent fuchsia. And so, and the green, both of those will likely spread. We're going to do 4 tablespoons of white vinegar. So I am anticipating that on the wool of the Andes, we will see more soft little sections of color, but I expect it to feel very pink overall. And on our superwash yarns, we are going to have on our superwash yarns, I'm expecting, let me turn this on. On the superwash yarns, I'm expecting to see more small patches of color, but also lots of spread. From what I know of these colors. Okay, I'm going to turn on the hot plate so that can start heating up. Yeah, I'm going to let this pole go a little bit. So what colors am I using? Oxblood. And totally random squiggles. All right, versus like shapes. So some will be like lines and valleys, some will be curlicues. Sounds good. Hearts is a close second, but with totally random scribbles, I can add some hearts if I want. So that sounds fine. We're doing this one hot, yes. And the reason why I'm going hot this time, and I can bring my face up, the reason why I'm going hot this time is I want the colors to strike faster. With some of our other techniques today, I wanted the colors to strike slower. So I added the colors while things were cool. And so the hotter things are, the more likely things are to strike fast. So yeah, hope that helps. And then I have a feeling we may do some kind of leave no dye behind here, or we might not. I might do that as a pre-filmed video tomorrow. This is going to take a while to heat up, so maybe I'll cover it. It's making noises that don't make me happy. Because this pan is wet, so it's like sputtering on the things. But it'll heat up faster if it's covered. It's just then a little less. I probably won't cover it as much once we're dyeing it, because then I'm going to want it uncovered so that way you can see everything. But in the meantime, let me remind you of our first colorway. That is not heat set yet. This is very green. I do see teal though. I'm not moving it. I'm trying really, really hard to not move at all. Where is this? But so it's been a couple of hours and I'm still seeing a lot of teal there. The color over here feels similar, but I see a little bit of black. The blue in here is completely lost. Like the green completely overtook it. I was hoping that sour apple might be less like some of its other green friends, but it is going to still have some soft, variegated feel to it, but it is a very, very green colorway. Which that is my fault, because that colorway had like some nice brights. It was like a bright green, a bright blue, and a black, and I picked the green I picked. And I could have used less of that green, so it would have been more blue. Where? Oh, here they are. we've got that in contrast with this. Am I on camera? Yep. This is Colorway 3. This is our yarn mop one. And so this has teal. Like the two of them are going to look beautiful next to each other because there's similarities. And so this one just has more of like the dirty green feel in it. And that is quite hot. And so, and in contrast yet again, to colorway number 2, which was black, like a deep purple, and then gray. But you can all see how this kind of game and stuff, it's hard because when you're like, okay, do I want to change the rules on how I'm picking the colors? I know I want there to be variation. I don't want things to all be too similar. And so, yeah, it can be challenging. All right, I'm hearing some sounds of some bubble. Which side is the big one? This side is the big one. So I'm rotating so that way, like, to make things a little more even with heat. But still not, it'll take a while to be hot. I'm old and odd. I don't know, am I old? I might be old. Virginia, I swear I'm going to buy you a cover for those pants one of these days. You know, I almost bought some pans that had covers and like a little steam inset. I just don't have space for it. And I don't cover them enough at all that like foil, which like this is the same foil I used before, like I'll save it like and dry it and use it again like another day. Like, yeah. We've got space issues here. I need like, I dream of dedicated studio space, so I have space for more pans and stuff. Yeah. Horseshoes, oh funny. Oh man. I'm like, oh, am I hearing like the stove? No, it's the hot plate. I used to when streaming, and I can like shift the camera if I need to, if I realize that the pan is out of frame. Because now that it's hot, I can't really move the hot plate very well. But I can move the tripod closer, which I'll probably do. I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, I used to have like a camera set up over by the stove so I could go like back and forth really easily. But whenever I have a camera on the stove, then that means I have this really long cable to connect to my computer, and it has like an extra join. And I don't think it always works as well. And so that's why I've shifted more to this. Plus then I have more space, and then I'm not tripping over as many cords. I mean, you can see like the laptop's plugged in behind me. But if I was going to design like a dying kitchen for myself, I would probably put, oh man, I would have a desk in there for the computer. And then like permanent wires, like with things covering them so you can walk over them on the floor, all kinds of stuff. thank you to everyone who pre-ordered the yarn for this. It helps. It helps a lot, especially yeah. Oh man, our like no, it helps like our, and it's funny like because like our we like replaced one of our cars, and so then like, and then the other car of course like had like a flat, and so then we had to get new tires, and then it had like a headlight go out, and then just like, oh my gosh, so stressful. And it's like camp sign up season, which is like mega stressful too. I get migraines. Normally they're not completely debilitating, but I like do have some where I'm like, okay, nope, dark room, cold thing over my eyes, and I am not going to move for a while. All right, I'm going to check on the yarn. But yeah, this mop right now is a little bit of a hot mess. But, you know, we'll figure out what we're going to do. We're getting nice and steamy. But see, that's still cold. And so what I'm looking for when I'm heating things up is I want the heat to get to a place where it is more even throughout the entire pan. And oof, I can feel that heat from the hot plate. And so by leaning it, just sort of like shifting things through. See, that water isn't hot yet. The hot plate is nice and warm. And there's elements that are hot. But yeah, waiting for everything to feel a little bit warmer. So we're going to shift this over again and cover it. And I also set a timer. Yeah, I still have the other dye bath as well. Oh, I forgot to check. I forgot to check to see how well you could see. But I promise I'll do that before I start dyeing. And then move the tripod, which will probably be a little bit loud. And apologies, I'm going to have a little clip bar. I know, like our friends live in the city and don't have a car, and oh man, it's just stressful. Because our other car, so I think the car we got rid of was 2009, and our other car is 2011. And so it's still doing great, but I'm nervous that that one's going to need to be replaced soon. Yeah, that stresses me out. Sorry everyone for the slow point. I need to keep my blood sugar steady. Wait, how long have I been streaming? 4 hours so far? Okay. Remember when I said, oh, maybe I'll add another colorway? 4 is a good number. I still have plenty of time. Yeah, so the old car was a Mini Cooper. Great family car. No, but it was that belonged to a family member before we had it, and so Keith used that as a commuting car. And so we got a minivan, and we didn't have to wait that long to get it, because like the wait time for new cars is really long. But I think we put our like a deposit down for it to come in like September, and it was here in December. So that wasn't bad at all, but it was stressful. It was like we had to pick it up the day after we got back from Hawaii. But yeah, I don't like driving anyway, and so the new car, the big car is, so like my car now is the one my husband's driving to work because it's smaller, and so like the minivan is now my car, but like I haven't driven it much outside to like to pick up the kids from school because I'm like, ooh, but it's so comfortable for all of us for when we do like road trips. So, and the other thing is that for play dates and stuff, which like was out of the, like we would have replaced the Mini Cooper sooner, but 2020 happened, and so we're like, we're not going anywhere. We could get by if it like dies and we only have one car. But that would have needed to be re-inspected in January, and I don't think it would have passed because like it was doing okay, like, but there were, yeah, it needed to be replaced. It's a bad time now. Yeah. The nice thing is that they gave us way more for the trade-in. Because like the dealerships aren't negotiating at all on like MSRP or anything, or like but they are, they offered us way more than like an excellent car in the Mini Cooper's condition would have been for its like age. And so we're like, oh. But then of course we had to put like $1,500 of work into it, like in between putting the deposit down and then when we sold it, so that way it was still drivable, which was very annoying. Yeah. All right. Let's get into this. Okay. And I'm gonna move the camera. But first I have to move all the dies. Oh, moving the camera is gonna be a little trickier than I thought. Let's see how we're doing. Nice and steamy. Okay, we're gonna go for this. I'm gonna reduce the heat to low. And we are gonna scribble dye, but I wanna make sure, yes, you can see inside the whole pan. Okay. And to start, I want to show off our colors that we have here again to prove I am using all of them. So we're going to have like random scribbles. We've got our green, we've got our red, which I've diluted, and then we've got our pink, which is the brightest of them. And so I'll do some more like shapes and stuff, but I wanted to just prove we are using all these colors. They are all three in here. And so suddenly this doesn't feel as bad, right? So if anything, it's going to lean like a little bit orange. And so maybe we will just kind of go a little bit all over and then just see what we see. We're doing it's funny, I like doing shapes more than lines. It helps me keep things random. Yeah, my guess is that these colors are going to spread enough in a way that everything is going to feel almost like orange, would be my guess. But let's wait. Oh, I don't know how long we need to wait. I guess 5 minutes, and then I'll try to like move the dyes a bit. But you can already see they're spreading, and those pinks are going to spread. And so that was the key, to bring the chartreuse down more to a yellow. And it will get, it's gonna be present in like giving some depth, but my guess is that we're not gonna see much of it in the end. That it's gonna get mostly covered up. Yeah, this one's gonna be fun. Yeah, so the oxblood's a little bit bright, but I think it's still fine. Yes, but it's like when you look at the palette and you look at that, and if you think about that, like if it was a variegated yarn the way I did the black, purple, gray, you know, if you take just those three colors and put them next to each other like that in equal proportions, maybe that feels like it doesn't work, you know? And so this is why, like, when I mix these colors, the pink is the strongest one, the green is by far the weakest, I diluted it the most, and then the red is somewhere in the middle. And so as time goes on, we'll see, like, where this ends up. Yeah. But yes, it'll, only one of them, oh yes, so if you look in the middle, as I'm trying, I'll stand up. Yes, so you can see the colors are spreading some more on the sides, but in the middle, the one in the middle is the one that's not superwash. And so that's a very good reminder. That's why that one is not, the colors are spreading a lot there and are softening a lot here in that middle section, exactly because that one is not superwash. But I took a picture to prove. I'm like, proof I used the green. Oh man. Oh, it's almost 50 degrees. Like, I don't want to drive to get the kids today. I want to walk to get them. I should. Okay. What is back there? I don't know. I'm going to move this here and move me over. So that way, there. That bugs me less. But yeah, you can absolutely see some more of that spread on the non-superwash. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so this is still going to feel bright. But now, actually, while we wait, I don't know how much more time there is. I want to try something. Okay. Oh, actually, let's hide Technique Glue and Scribble Bag. Let's make this bigger. Nope. Where am I? No, maybe we'll make these smaller again. Nope. Here we go. Okay. We're gonna play a little bit of a game. Because we still have this set to be brights. And so I want to see how many times we click it, how many times we get something that is not green. I'm making sure I get, oh no. I want to make sure I get a good screenshot of this. Okay. And so we're going to just see what we get. And I think we're going to do, let's do 10 colors and so that'll be 30 colors and we'll count the greens. Ooh, that's so pretty. Oh, that's really pretty. Okay, so that's 1 or 2. All right, there's a green in there. There's 1 green. 3. Ooh. 4. 5. That had 2 greens. 6. No, that one's yellow. 7. 8. I'll call that one a green. 9. That's a green. Then 10. Okay, so there's 6 greens out of 30 colors. So that would be 1/5. Yeah, 1/5 of the colors that came up were greens that time. So yeah, just because we're curious. That one was 2 greens. But yeah, so see this is why within the brights, there are a lot of things like green and green adjacent. Oh, that one was all green. But technically, I forgot how many colors there are total. I know, I'm sorry, I've got the timer going off. I wanted to fix this. Fix that, okay. Nope, there. Yeah, there's a lot of teals. But I guess, I mean, this isn't including black, but if you have the like, so it's like maybe, it's green definitely shows up more than yellow and more than orange for whatever reason in this one. But I forget what it says about the colors on its list. Okay. Oh, right. I was going to check with my spoon first. Yeah, the pinks are going to spread everywhere. But the greens and the reds seem to have struck. But the pinks are just, we're not going to be able to stop them. So I'm now going to, oh, but actually a lot of the pinks have struck. It's just, there's going to be a lot of spread from the pink. But that's a good sign that when I go to flip it, that we see like so little color in there overall. Okay. But now we're going to scribble. And you know, I'll have to make up some more of these colors because, you know, from 2 rounds of scribbling, I'm definitely squeezing harder on the green than I am with the red or the pink. So I imagine I will probably use up most of the green. Oh, that was a bit of a, got a drip. May as well use our yarn mop because that has some of these colors on it now. It's got like a little bit of everything. Okay, we got our pink. This one is also dripping. Random scribbles. And these tulip containers are good for some things, but for other things, they definitely cause a little bit of a mess. There we go. And so we've got enough water in here that the dyes did move through a bit, but they definitely could go through more. But yeah, I'm gonna look at the color mixing webpage on, I think, another window. Whoops. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, we can go here, and I did not set a timer. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted web browsing too. So okay, so here's like a fully random palette of 15 colors that it did. Those are all pretty muted. So timer. Whoop. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, timer. Let's see. Oh, and this lets you copy all the colors, but let's see what if it says how many there are. it say how many? No, I don't want to. Because there's palette generators, which also could be an interesting thing. But I think that you have to like select the colors or something. I don't remember. Actually, what if we did 40 custom settings and we had them all be green? So like, you know, there's a lot, I guess it's not saying how many, I don't know how many colors there are in here. So, but yeah. I mean, at some point, things are probably slightly different because if they're going by hex codes. But they're, yeah, so I don't know if they're just going by hex codes or what. And if, I have no idea what the distribution of colors ends up being like either. Like, if you were to look at the whole library. There are some other websites. Yeah, but that one wasn't aesthetically pleasing. Is this the one? So then there's also this one. And so you press through and it gives like completely random colors each time. But again, like, yeah, it's just, I was like, oh, what would be visually fun? And also, what would be the least hard for me to play with? Was there another one that I'd looked at? Oh, because there's also randomcolor.com, and that when you refresh, it's not even a space bar. We'll let you. Yeah, so anyway, it was just nice that I found a that is where I want to be. That I found a website that did what I wanted for me. And so, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like, I mean, not that I could afford my friend and be like, hey, can you make me an app that will just randomly pick colors out of this select category? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would be nice if there was something like that that I could input the colors, but yeah, still. Take it to completely random. Oh, and then do the. I see what you're saying. Fully random. Here, I'll go over here. Okay, so the suggestion was to do fully random. Ooh, see this one has time. There's some brights in it. We're gonna do 40 colors. And we're gonna see how many are green. Okay, so I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that time. Let's do one more. That's 3, 4, maybe 5, 6, 7. So 1, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But there's some of those, this one had a lot. But there are some of those that definitely also leaned, my brain leaned very blue. And so, yeah. Sorry about the timer. Yeah, it's challenging. It's challenging. But there's also a difference in an algorithm when it's picking 40 random colors versus picking 3 random colors 10 times. Just in the way that what's available and stuff. So I'm not even checking to see how well the colors are on here. I am flipping, trying to not make a mess, flipping and trying to expose parts of the yarn that weren't exposed before. The wool of the Andes is getting a lot of coverage, but if I was to flip it inside out, yeah, so I mean, this color might not be for everyone. It is certainly more unique compared to, I don't know if this is exactly something that I've dyed before. I mean, probably not, but there's still something that is fun to it. You know, it feels like things are spreading out a little bit more on the swish than the stroll, but I think part of that is because this might be tilted that way a little bit. So all right, that's all of the green that I had in that bottle at first. But not all the red. Not all the pink either. Eek! Yarn mop! I don't know what I'm going to do with this yarn mop. This one is a little bit of a hot mess mop. But it almost could be turning rainbow. And so, I mean, things that you can do in this as well is like with these edges, I am pressing this down more to let it get a little bit more pigment there. You can choose to move and spread things out as you go as well. So I have no idea if any of this little bit of green is going to stick around for the end. We'll see, but we're going to wait another 5 minutes. I'm going to start cleaning up a little bit. Using bins that, that's not the one we're, see, technically, usually the guys are in 4 bins, and then there's a 5th that is the one I bring downstairs when I'm doing stuff. I do have to wonder what kind of biases that program uses. But the fact that the first colorway is so green is totally my fault. And so this is just the good example of how we can play with proportions. So let's see. Can you overdye acid dye yarn with food coloring? Absolutely, you can. I've done that. Or even, you know what's funny, I don't know what a lot of commercial dyes are dyed with, like what Knit Picks yarns and stuff, what kind of dyes they use. But I did a live stream that was all like over dyeing colorways, Knit Picks colorways and stuff. And there was one, it was like deeper greens and browns, and I tried to over dye it with blue, and it did take up some color, but it wasn't as much color. It wasn't as much color. Yeah, so it's all about proportion. But yeah, this one was was a trickier one. And it helps that I don't think I have anything that is that brick color. Where this one would have been pretty hard for me and this is where I would have done something that would not have been cheating, but this is totally what I would have done, is if I had this colorway and had to do speckles. That would have been hard because there it's harder to layer the colors. So what I would have done is mix the colors with citric acid and blended the red in with, or the pink, or blended the green in with the red to make a dirtier, slightly dirtier red. And yes, you might see some green specks in there because it might break a little bit, but I would do that and like disguise it. That's what I would have done because, yeah, it's a hard one. This is the hardest one. Like almost everything else I do, I think, ooh, that's so pretty. Like, are we still, oh, because it's 3 random bright. Oh, that one's all green. Oh, that one's all yellow. But yeah, to an extent, like, you know what, your colors are going to be green, like, you know, red, yellow, orange, I guess red, yellow, orange, green, blue, purple, black, brown, and gray technically is like related to black. So, I would say if any color really doesn't show up very much here, it's yellow. And orange. Have we seen, there was something that was orangish. Okay, we just had 2 oranges. Yeah, but yellow is really underrepresented. And that was just our brights category. Let's see if yellow's. Ha! All black. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it depends a little bit also on like how they're generating the random number, and so maybe there ends up being a bias because like if they're randomly selecting a number like in between like certain things with the hex, then maybe that ends up getting a lot of greens. Oh no, I don't. Well, I mean, you're welcome to share whatever you want in the chat, but I want to hear a bad name for this colorway. Yeah, I think that that suggestion is censored, and that one I won't let through. But I can see what you're saying. But yeah, and sometimes the like auto filters pull things, and it's like I don't know why it pulled that. And sorry, I know why that one was. Did the sensor was like nope. Okay, we're looking for white patches, and this one probably doesn't have very many at all. You know, you still almost feel the green. Like they're layering, but where are our areas that need color on this one? Okay. Do I want a hint more green? Maybe. So I'm going to pour a tiny dollop of green, some water, this is a bit lighter than last time, and I'm really focusing on not our middle skein because that one's looking pretty good. Like I'm enjoying where that is. still adding some color to it, but less. The pink, I'm going a little bit bigger. But also, I have used nowhere near even, I think, half of that pink that I've mixed. But we're pretty good. I'll wait 5 minutes. We'll do another flip as I just wipe the sides of the pan, and then we'll play around with this mop. But because then we can take this, the edges of the pan are cool enough, I can take this over to the stove and heat set this for 30 minutes over on the stove. I guess the question next is, should we use, no, I think I'm going to use the steam pan for the mop. And we probably won't use up a lot of everything, but we're going to layer some colors on it. Oh, I left this up. Oh, I'm not going to leave the greens down. The softness of the middle one is really, really pretty. The Wool of the Andes is looking really beautiful. But yeah, I wonder, I was curious, like how, yeah, I was just trying to look to be like, oh, is like, our hex code's like pink heavy or whatever, or, yeah, I don't know. Oh, I need a refill. Thank you for making me hydrate. I know on Twitch people can have buttons. Where people will tell them to stretch or hydrate. And stretching isn't really my issue, although I do have a heel that complains to me, but yeah. Oh, funny, that's what's showing up. No, I mean, I think another way we could do this, although there can only be 4 options. Let me think. Let me see. So another way we could play this in the future could be to like use, oh my gosh, color picker, you're not helping me, would be to do something like 6 colors and then like vote, or 5 colors and then use the first 2, and then, you know, use 2 from the top row, 1 from the bottom row or something, which can give me more choice, but limits the choice from like my choice of everything. This is another one that would be hard with speckles, a super bright yellow with like a dusty pink and other muted color. That last one of the deep colors was like definitely a green. But yeah, I wonder besides green what the other most, you know, we didn't see very many browns today. Last time we also had a lot of browns. I suppose we had one like tan, but anyway, I don't know. I'm very open to suggestions. And if you're just tuning in, these are all the dye techniques we did today. I'm hoping for other suggestions on ways to like randomize this. Certainly like this color generator didn't require much like setup from me. But yeah, I mean there are other, like I could cut up another poster so we have like a deck. Yeah, we can draw more colors, and then because if I draw more colors and then that allows me to like choose a bit. But also part of what's fun about this is that it's like, well, this is what I have to use. What do I create? And then bringing the random techniques in is also just really fun. And also we could do one that's just random techniques. I will say I miss like being able to spin the wheel of the techniques. And so like there could be different technique wheels, but it really did make sense to set things up in a way that we did, so that way I didn't have the hot plate on the counter until the end and things like that. So that's just hard to say, but ooh, I really like this. I mean the middle one I'm not even gonna flip because I think it's good. All right, this one I want some more, because see I found this like big patch that didn't have very much color. And so that is kind of the thing I was looking for. Let me check the scroll more closely, but everything is looking okay, fine. I mean, I would be able to keep adding more and more color like forever. Like, it would be easy to keep doing this without stopping, you know? So, but I think here, I will call it. And I'm going to take this over, I'm going to do some shuffling, and we're going to do some window dye behind. Is that stable? Okay, I'm going to take this to the stove and heat for 30 minutes. Now, I probably should have turned off the hot plate first. So don't do bad things like me. Ooh, okay. And I'm going to cover our pink pan, and that's now on the stove and will heat for 30 minutes. So this is starting to heat up, and I'm going to add in our yarn mop now that has little bits of pink and yellow that kind of, I don't know, did something to it. It's got some purples. I guess the only thing it doesn't really technically have is some of the green and stuff from the very first colorway that we did. And I don't know yet what I'm going to do to this. I'm going to bring in, just like finish up that squeeze bottle. And I have a feeling that's a lot of what this is going to be like. There's a little bit of some black that was in this cup. That's just going to go in. Oh man, because what else do we have? We have more lichen. I'm really just going for it, and we're going to see what happens. And we're going to just keep layering things. Okay, because I've got black and I've got the teal. This isn't even warm yet or anything. I'm going to spread that. Yeah, the question, I guess, to all of you will be, should I go over this with some black? Or should I do the teal? Which there will be some like browns and stuff that come in from it. Right now I'm just bringing a little bit more of what some of these colors were in, so they have like some more of these undertones in it. And then, yeah, I don't think I'm going to even make an official poll. Just say like in the chat if you think that we should do a lot of black or a lot of teal. There we go. Want this be like an undertone, very messy thing. Use the teal. This, yes, this was the dye bath I used with the purples and blacks. So there's acid in this pan. Teal. We're gonna let this heat up before I bring in the teal. And I might still add some black to it as well. Of course, I don't know what I'm going to do. I guess there's really, really not very much, well, there's not very much green, and we have some of the red and pink. I'm thinking like what I might do with everything else like tomorrow. I'm just rinsing off these spoons now. Yeah, I have what feels like a lot of the teal. I wonder what teal plus red make. I don't know. Let's see. But yeah, I'm glad I poured in a little more green. This has some like representations from everything. Okay, I'm mostly seeing teal. I want to see, before we do that, yeah. So it's not hot yet, and so that's the reason why we're getting some like nice spread of these things. I want it to heat up more. Oh, I want it to heat up more. I should heat it up more. This is making a mess. Okay, hopefully it won't take very long to heat up. Okay, I will be right back. Oh, I left this on. I will be right back. So please stand by. I'm back. Oh no, I'm hearing the hot plate. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, I mean, embrace the bagel. The everything bagel, woo! I'll say right from here, like yeah, these aren't normally all colors I would combine together. I did consider like having like a slop bucket where I put a little bit of each color to see what we would get, but a lot of times when everything gets randomly mixed together, it ends up being like a muted purple or green or something. And so like sometimes it's nice, but then I end up with those in my stash. This, I don't know where this is going, but we might, yeah, then go black. I don't know. Actually, we can put. We put all these little guys in order. Where's the other one? I don't see the other one. Single camera. I guess I don't know where the other one went. Where is it? Didn't I have that? Shoot. Oh, I think I know where it is. Shoebox. Okay. No, don't remove that. There we go. Okay, some of them are overlapping a little bit. That's fine. That's fine. Let's put that there. There we go. So yeah, we had black at the 2. Yeah, I guess we did end up green heavy. Huh. No, here we go. Oh. Who is making noise? We're making noise. We're getting steam here. The other one is steaming, but is now on low. All right, I'm gonna reduce heat. All right, I'm seeing like a lot of the colors have struck. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea how much of this teal we actually have, but this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna increase our water volume. Oh, I should just be using this water. Okay. We've got water with vinegar from a pre-soak. And I'm doing a Not Smart reach over. I'm gonna add in a fraction of our teal. You'll notice that I'm increasing the water volume to allow me to spread it more over our yarn. Because if it was a smaller volume, it would be harder to do that. And so we're gonna, I guess, give this a little bit of some time, and then we'll do that again, I guess. I guess I'll start rinsing this cup into here. I actually like this a lot more. I'll change the white balance so you guys can see better. Okay. Because yeah, on camera right now it's just looking super dark. Or not the white balance. What is it that I'm going to change? The exposure, the brightness. It's going to be hard to show up. Oh, I should have taken a picture of this before I did this. Oh well. Oh well. Oh wait, someone asked a question about cotton. Teal set mop, resist over dye with black, make a mop flame like theme. That sounds very cool. I don't think I'll do that today though. Does it make yarn shrink, wool or cotton? So yarn definitely can shrink a bit, but oftentimes it is that it's like fluffing up and it'll become like a little bit rounder and loftier. And yeah, acidize won't work on cotton or other plant fibers. Hot water won't shrink the yarn unless you shock it. And like this is superwash yarn right now. So the hot water isn't enough to shrink the yarn. You need agitation in there as well for it to like shrink in felt. I'm moving it around. This is actually kind of cool now. Teal was a good call. There's definitely some elements that you're like, huh, there's like red here, but the teal pulls things together nicely. And it's not that hot yet, which is why you can see me like do this with my fingertips to like massage the color in. And I moved the zip tie down so that way we could help get more coverage. But this is still going to have some elements of all these colors in it, but the teal just it's dampening things. The question is, do I also add some of the black or do I save that? And I might save the black and do a leave no dye behind with it tomorrow, but I do have some of this other bright green that part of me wants to just get rid of now and put on here. So I don't know, and it's still looking dark. It's the outside light changing the inside light. Yeah, so I don't know, but I think like I like this a lot more now. It's gonna be like a teal with like all these other random undertones. I'm adding some acid to it. And I will definitely let this heat at least 30 minutes. I don't think I'm going to add the black. I think I want to see what it looks like dry. And for you guys, I'm so sorry. Like, you can see a little bit of like the bright greens, but I can see some of the purple. I can see some pinks almost underneath it and other things too. Yes, the teal definitely is bringing it more into like a mermaid thing. Yeah, so there was a conversation about felting, and so, here we go. And I want to hide these guys. Okay. There's a conversation about felting. So when it comes to felting and worrying about that, I will add cold yarn to a hot dye bath, but not go in the other direction. You don't want to add hot yarn to a cold dye bath because that'll shock the fibers. When you get wool hot, and especially like wet and hot, the fibers will start to like relax. They'll relax, they will loosen up, they will become a little bit more disordered. If they cool slowly, the fibers will slowly kind of like shrink back into the crimp, shrink back into place. If you cool them quickly, they shrink, but because it's so fast, then they might not shrink back into the right position. Like one side might shrink first and it kind of starts to tangle with its neighbors, which is the felting. So, yeah, that is that. Ooh, I could over dye the number 4 colorway in black or teal or anything. Yes, I mean any of these could be over dyed. I am happy with the number 4 colorway that I ended up with, even though I see the palette and I'm like, oh, Indy. And I was like, it was sort of like the way I felt. I was like, ooh, this wasn't one that I immediately looked at and be like, oh, I can think of like 10 different things. Like if I was going to do, okay, Indy, I'll let you on in a second. Oh, I don't have that there anymore. Where do I have it? Sorry. No, I need, oh, this one. With the color palette, with the, here we go, I can bring this back to my head. If I was going to have that palette and I was given a color challenge to make a lot of things with this combination, that would be really hard. That would be really, really hard. Whereas some of these other color palettes were a lot easier. Yep, we got Mr. Bark Bark. Okay. Oh, indeed. What you looking at? I know, no, yes, there's not. Oh, could it? I mean, he doesn't do this usually when I film. And is it like, ooh, are you cooking? Is there something for me? Oh, he wanted to hydrate. That's fine. Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi, I know. You know, all day you don't bug me for attention unless I'm streaming. Otherwise, this is what you do to your dad. Okay. No, don't. Yeah, no, I'm not going to overdye the fourth colorway. Now, if might I have done that if this was just like a random other video? I suppose maybe technically I could have. But I'm not going to do that today because the challenge was for me to work with that palette. So, yeah. But yes, any of you are welcome to overdye. It's hard when it's a risk of like not knowing how things will come together. But there was a colorway, and I think I was doing layered hearts one year for the bonus colorway, and I tried to have pops of like the green and hot pink in with some deeper colors. My dog. Oh, but I do when I'm filming. That's the thing. So streaming, something about the streaming is different for him than when I'm regularly filming, because I'm constantly like talking and doing stuff in here. But the difference, I guess, is like, because it's not just when I'm sitting here on the floor, it's also like when I'm doing an unboxing or something, then he's like, oh, what's going on, Mama? And like, because I'll also be like editing in that same spot, and he doesn't react to any of that unless he hears himself barking when I'm editing, and then he reacts sometimes to himself barking, or he hears me yell at him in editing when I'm telling him to like go to his crate or like India enough or something, and so sometimes I'll react to that because he'll hear my voice. But yeah, I definitely, when streaming, I definitely talk a lot more, I would say, overall, but yeah. But yeah, I don't understand why with the new camera, like the picture is great, I'm happy with that. I don't understand why I couldn't get that microphone to work, because I was like, oh, okay, let's try doing 2 mics again, and that just didn't quite work. But yeah. Oh. Okay, but since we're finishing up, oh, Indy, please don't now. Here we go. There are a few, let's see, I've got some of the Stroll, like of a sock yarn, 75% superwash merino wool, 25% nylon, and some 100% superwash merino wool of these Valentine's Day yarn bundles is almost the right way to put it. I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Speaking of, someone said this other one looked like a Valentine's Day colorway. The one that, the actual Valentine's Day colorway is different. No, I don't want to undo that. Okay. But each of these are going to, this is 100 grams of yarn, which that says sock yarn. It could be DK weight yarn if that's what you pick. It's going to come wrapped with a sticker. The sticker and the progress keeper are visible right away. It's going to have a progress keeper, a sticker, a handmade Valentine made and signed by me, and the yarn, and so they're ready to ship now. And the YouTube video will be on February 14th. It'll be the Dye Pot Weekly that day. And the yarn in the background was the colorway from like a previous year. That's not necessarily what this one is. So, yeah. But ooh, I see a good question. Does the dye change the feel of the wool? Can you treat it with shampoo or softener? That's a good question. There's one time I had a really, really scratchy yarn, and I tried treating that with conditioner, which didn't necessarily do anything. But that was, I guess, a separate situation. Does dye, I guess sometimes if you use like a ton of dye, maybe I might notice that the yarn feels different, but not really. That's not something I've experienced very much. Normally it just feels, normally the dyeing process will make the yarn feel a little bit softer. Because sometimes it depends on how the yarn was finished in the mill. Because sometimes when the yarn arrives, it's a little bit stretched out, and then through the dyeing process, the yarn sort of plumps up and fluffs up and is its final beautiful self, versus looking a little bit more stretched and limp. So it depends on the mill and what kind of finishing they do. But so I have, oh, I'm totally blanking on the brand. I was sent a yarn once, which was like, I think 12 ply, and it was so plump, and they sent me some dyed versions of the yarn too, some already dyed ones, and I was like, oh, this doesn't look anything alike. But then once I dyed it, it plumped up and was like, oh, this is stunning. So yeah, I don't ever treat yarn with shampoo. I don't think that is really necessary. I just use dish soap. Like, you could, like, I suppose like treating it with soap could strip some of the oils from the yarn depending on the yarn you're dyeing. But so yeah, there are some where, and I've done things with like weird dyes where there's been a texture difference. Though actually, I guess the main time I've noticed a texture difference in yarn is when I've used mordants and natural dyes. That's when I've noticed more of a texture shift. It's a Filatura de Crosa. Thank you. It's the Zara. Yes. Thank you, Jacqueline. I was like, I'm thinking of the yarn, and I think I used the last of that up, because I was looking for some of that for today. I'm like, ooh, do I have more of that? Because that yarn, like the closest thing to that otherwise I've dyed is like Crazy 8 from Wool to Dye For, which is like a 4 ply of 2 plies, and so it plumps up in a beautiful way. You watched that a couple days ago? Okay. I was like, man, I definitely used that yarn base in the last mystery dye-along. But yeah, when I first opened it, I was like, oh no, they sent me this and we had this giveaway planned, and I'm like, oh no. But I have another new to me yarn brand that I haven't unboxed yet, but probably this week I'll unbox to start filming that video of a first impression. And they offered to like sponsor a video, and I was like, well, why don't you just send me yarn so that way I can do a first impression first, because then I can see like if I like it. Like, I wouldn't want to accept like a sponsorship first, because like if I get a sponsorship and like I don't like it, then that's gonna feel weird and they may not like that. But this way, like, you know, if they send me the yarn, and it's easy to be like, if I don't like it, it's easy to say I don't like it, you know? Even though like I have rarely met a yarn that I don't like, but sometimes I'm like, you know, when it comes to like one of the standards, I'm like, do I like this more than the ones I use? Maybe not. But is it cheaper? And so I consider all those things. But I was digressing. But yeah, I wasn't sure about that. Oh, but this new to me company says, I think even on their website, that they don't, I forget what they call it, that there's not wet finishing of the yarn after it's spun, so it does like plump up and bloom once you've dyed it. And so therefore a lot of indie dyers who offer a white yarn will often, maybe not necessarily heat, but they will put the yarn through, sometimes they might do heat, but they put it through basically a dyeing process but with no dye, and that's how they get the white. And so it's not like usually sold like straight from the bare yarn supplier. There is processing that goes on to it. And then I think like most people will also then price it the same as their other yarn, because otherwise it would, I guess, be confusing. Do I have any plans to do some fiber reactive dye stuff? Tara, yes, I do have plans, but then I always delay them. I need to do more with cotton and everything, and maybe maybe I should. The way that this helps sometimes is that then I end up doing a lot of things with fiber reactive dyes, I think, on Dye Pop PS episodes, because in order to force myself to actually do it, I then will put it in polls, so that way like the ChemKnits patrons will like push me into doing it, you know. And then all that imagine I'm like, well, now I have to because it was voted for. And so I still need to try, I think, speckling with fiber reactive dyes, but on like wool yarn. I've speckled with them on cotton yarn, but I need to do that on wool. And so I just, in general, I find that they bleed so much more on wool than acid dyes, even if you're using them like acid dyes. And so, yeah. Oh, indeed. This dog, he's so reactive to people walking by that he, like if the mailman comes and he notices, he's old enough now that he doesn't always notice, but he will like jump up on his hind legs, kind of almost launch at the front door, and then like trip over himself and flip over. And so he's like hurt his hip before, like just doing that. And yeah, it's frustrating. Cake dyeing with fiber reactive dyes is fun. On cotton, because yeah, I've had a better chance. Like I just, whenever I use it, and I think that I just don't have a good knowledge of the amounts to use or what, but it always involves like a lot more washing, and so I'm like, yeah, and so then I just feel that, you know, and so that's the thing that keeps me from it. Even though, like, I mean, if you look at Dharma's like fiber reactive line, nope, window capture, nope, well, this one. Let's see. Special order, oh, 5 pound minimum. They will do special order of some of their old colors. So I know from speaking with them, and we'll go back to the thing, but look at all these colors. So many. There's multiple blacks. Okay. I'm going to come there. Although, I think that's the timer for our pink yarn. Which I've turned off the heat there. Ooh. The green now just looks almost like a little bit of an orange hint because the pinks have spread so much. I'm going to leave that to cool completely in the pan. And this, most of the color has absorbed. There's almost a little bit of black in here. This is super pretty. Super, super pretty. I don't remember how much time. I'm going to give, I guess, that 15 minutes. But yeah, I still have the pink yarn covered. Are the edges? It's a little too warm for me to move over. But, oh, you know what I can do? What? Where's the tie? Okay, fine. Because these colors are all in here. Here is the yarn. That green is feeling very orange now. I have no idea how well that showed up on camera, but I'm sticking this back in the dye bath to just cool slowly. But, and I can say that our yarn number 1, which is a beautiful, soft, variegated green that may feel a lot like this yarn mop in some ways, that yarn is unchanged from where it was before. So I don't know if it'll need more acid. Tomorrow I might just throw everything in a kettle and kettle dye it to help get the rest of that green to strike the green and the blue. So. Yeah, I think like I'm excited to tie-dye t-shirts with the Dharma fiber reactive dyes because the tulip dyes, like there's like a level to like how bright they are, and I'm always like I wish it would turn up a little bit, but I do enjoy like tulip tie-dyes. Like overall I've had a good experience with them. Thank you for joining and asking so many questions. I really appreciate it. Whoo-wee. I'm tired, y'all. And I think that this is my sign to head on out. I want to thank you all so much for pre-ordering yarn, for hanging out during this stream. It's a lot of fun to play these games. I do, like, I miss picking the color and then I liked seeing this technique after it. I think, yeah, I just don't know how to go about that in a way that makes sense. Because, like, if I have the hot plate on the counter, then it becomes harder to, like, do something else next that is countertop based. And so it limits me more. So I like that, but part of the, like, I miss this sound. Although my computer cannot handle the picker wheel at all right now. It's struggling. I think it's like, Rebecca, you are doing a lot of things with us. This is very, very hard for us. And so there's something so satisfying about spinning the wheel. And so then the like click, I wish there was like a sound for the random color picker. And so we could do something that is less literal with those palettes, and we could set up something. I wonder if on this color picker wheel, it would be nice if it let me pick the color. Tools. Image picker wheel. Ooh. What is image picker wheel? Oh. Well, the funny thing about this, where's the color game? The image picker wheel would let me add things, and those are just like almost all like color palettes there. So that's interesting. Yes, no, team picker, number picker, letter, country, image. Interesting. Oh. Interesting. Okay, because we could do something like that in here, and interesting. And I'll have to play around with that more. Dog really needs a walk, I can imagine. Thank you. I'm excited to see how the first one comes out too. It's looking gorgeous. It's just, I don't want to move it too much because I don't want to blend things more than they've blended. But yeah, this is a lot of fun. And so there are, you know, maybe a variation on this would be to spin for like the first color, the second color, and then the third color. And so it might be red, red, blue, but then I pick what those colors are. Or then we go to the color picker to like pick the reds or something. I don't know. Yeah, and because then we could limit things if it's too many greens. I don't know. There's other ways to do it. There's always ways to make this more complicated. But I would love to do this again, and I hope you would love to watch this again because it's a lot of fun. I like playing games. You know, another idea I had once is we could do like a multi-layered colorway, and we can pick a different technique for each step, and then like I pick the colors and stuff, so we could make some like there's lots of things we could do, whether with like chat voting, or although sometimes I know the way you guys will want to go. Or what, there's many different games we can play, and I hope to do more of them. I hope this year that there's lots of time for fun streams like this. Yeah, and I'm excited, and I have not yet started working on the Spring Mini Skein mini series, but I'm probably gonna have to do that soon, and I don't know quite what I'm gonna do. I'm glad you like these streams. I'm glad it's fun, and it's challenging, because yeah, it's nice to like, as much as it's challenging to do something like this, it also is refreshing, because a lot of times I'm like racking my head for colors, and then I look at the videos that are coming up and I'm like, oh no, because of the way this is happening and because of like the bonuses I have, like a lot of these things are like the way it's working out, it's like I feel like I'm using the same things over and over. Even though there's differences, and so I'm like, okay, I need to like mix things up. So it's nice to have something to force me to mix it up. So good. I'm glad people would like to see another iteration of this. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate all of you hanging out. Please subscribe. Yeah, do all the YouTubey things, and thank you so much for watching. Bye, everyone. Let me find the mouse. Okay, bye.